That was a bad idea. Next item we have is
Hi, my name is Jennifer Cooper, and thank you for having us. We're from Ophir Elementary School.
My name is Owen Gifford. Saying the Pledge of Allegiance helps form a connection to our country, the United States. We are the country with a diverse population. Saying the Pledge of Allegiance instills a sense of unity for all people.
My name is Benjamin Glover. When we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we honor the flag and everything it represents. We say the Pledge of Allegiance to start our day at school, to begin unofficial meetings or ceremonies, and we honor the flag at special events like ball games.
We would like to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Salute.
Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll send a big thanks to Ophir School and providing our students to do the pledge. It's very important. Thank you. Next item is adoption of agenda, but we want to pull item 8.
Yeah, I have a few corrections, if I may, Mayor.
Okay.
The first correction is for item number 10, which is the review of lease and purchase options for Type 1 fire engine. I spoke to Councilmember Weber back on it was, I believe, March 30th, and Councilmember Weber and Thompson actually requested this item to be brought forward. And then on the April 4th meeting, Councilmember Riggs raised the issue again. So I just want to make I'll work to make sure that it's noted that it was brought forward prior to the April 4th meeting.
Okay.
So that was one correction. The next correction is let's see.
Number 8, do you want to move that forward?
Number 8, I apologize. We're going to do that in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, on item number 11, item number 11 is the housing element update. There was one letter that I felt was really important to include in that packet, and I believe it has been disseminated to all of you, so we want to make sure that gets appended and included in with the agenda. So that'll come up later on, but we did want to add that letter to the packet.
And there are copies over on the counter for anyone in the audience who wants it. It's the October 25, 2022 letter from Department of HCD, Housing and Community Development, authored by Paul McDougall.
It's a response letter from the housing element draft that was submitted after last July. So it'll make more sense here when we get to that item. And then the third correction is we're going to pull item number 1, the approval of the minutes on the consent. We'll bring that back. There was a error in the draft, in the document that was submitted. So we'll pull that one. And then finally, if we may, we would like to have item number 8 to start the meeting off, because there's a consultant that's available that we'd like to make sure we have that person available while that item is being discussed. That's all I have.
All right, then we'll hear item number 8, which is the contract for installation and maintenance of the automated license plate reader cameras with advanced audio detection.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, before you begin, I think just as a housekeeping,
All right.
I think you want to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay.
Then
all right.
after that, then we'll have item number 8.
Thank you.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move that we approve the agenda as amended and pull item 1.
I second that.
Roll call or vote, please. Waiting on that. There we go. Okay. I'm
Motion
on.
carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
All right. Then we'll,
Number 8.
are we good? We're going to do this item first before we do non-agenda items.
Yes,
Yeah.
item number 8 first.
Yeah, number 8 first. Yeah, thank you. No, that's good. All right.
Good
Chief
af-
LaGrone, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to hear this proposal. We appreciate it. I have with me today Lieutenant Kiwis, who is our operations lieutenant, who will be utilizing this in his part of the organization, if approved. And I have Detective Darnell with me today to help explain how it would be used in investigations, why it's an important tool. And I also have Mr. Tyson Pardee, who's our IT person that can help explain this proposal to the council. This is not a super complex proposal that would require all these people, but I think it is an expensive proposal, so I think it's something that you deserve to hear why we need this, what we're going to do with it, and what are all the implications of something like this. The first thing I want to begin with on this particular thing is there has been some concern about the audio of this. This audio in this system is not listening for human voices. You can stand next to it, you can have your complete plan to do whatever criminal activity that you're going to be doing, and it won't record that. It won't tell us that, it's not listening for that. The listening that it's doing is it's listening for, essentially when it first begins, is gunshots. When it hears that and it detects that noise, the other sensors that are out there that are listening will triangulate where that came from. And it will send us the information saying a gunshot has occurred at these coordinates. And then it will send the police there to check on what exactly is going on with that. That's the first thing I want you to know. The expense of this, where it comes in, is this is an all-inclusive product that we're getting. It does not require us to have any servers, any routers, any data lines, anything like that. This is all cloud-based, off-site. It's government-secured, cloud-based AWS, which is Amazon something. Tyson filled me in all on that today, but It's the same thing that the NFL uses. I know that much for sure because I always see that on Sundays. So it must be good. So it is all off-site. We don't do any of that. We have no maintenance that's required for this system. We have no expense that we'd be using on softwares, updating softwares, anything like that. So it is a very expensive system. It includes 40 cameras throughout the city. The map for these cameras of where they'll be, we're going to hold that rather close of where they are, but we can tell everybody they're going to be throughout the city. It's everywhere in the city. It's primarily on the ingress and egress routes of our city so that it can be looking for different things through the community. What it will be looking for is what's called things that are on a hot list. A hot list would include anything, the most simplest and easiest one to understand and talk about is a stolen vehicle. If your car was to be stolen, we will take that 28, which is the license number, that's cop lingo for the license plate. We will put that into the system, and those cameras now, there's 40 of them looking 2 directions, so that's 80 different directions. Every second of every day we'll be looking for that license plate. If it passes one of those cameras, it will send us an alert that, hey, the stolen car that you have entered into the system is now located in X location, and it will send the cops to that route. The camera does not collect personal identifying information. That means it's not doing facial recognition. It's not taking pictures of the driver. That's not what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is locate the vehicle. The identity of the person in possession of the vehicle will be determined when the stop is made or the recovery of the vehicle occurs. So it's not about personal identifying information. Walking down the street, these will not identify you. These are not used for traffic enforcement. These will not issue tickets. I mean, that is not what any of this is for. They're for a multitude of different things, but those are the things that they're not for. They're a good tool for what would be called a silver alert. A silver alert is when you have an older individual that has left their home in their vehicle or some other mode of transportation, and due to dementia, they are unable to return home and they're out driving around somewhere. We can enter in that information, and instead of just having 3 cops in your community now looking for that individual, you have all these cameras. And not only do you have these cameras, but my understanding of the system is that they're interconnected to other flock cameras or flock safety cameras that are throughout California. So if you're driving in San Dimas and we have a hot list plate listed in there and you're there, it will notify the police department there that, hey, there's either a wanted vehicle, a wanted person, something that is associated with us that we've put in there that they will now respond to. So it's used for things like that too. It's also used for Amber Alerts. And in the presentation that Lieutenant Kiwis will go over, there's a demonstration of that. There is a multitude of departments in the North State that are now using these. It's coming this way more and more. There's different companies that do this. Vigilant through Motorola is another company that does this. Vigilant is the company that Chico uses. The reason why we didn't look at Vigilant is because Vigilant requires us to purchase the cameras, to have the backside servers, to have the data lines, to do all of the maintenance, and then you have to have somebody that's managing this thing. So you have personnel on top of that. Now, it would have been a little cheaper, but not a lot. I mean, we're talking probably $20,000 difference each year. So it didn't make a lot of economic sense. The software that's part of the flock safety system is prioritory. I have a very difficult time with that word, with them, where it actually not only gathers the information, but it analyzes it, and then it gives you a response for what we're looking for. You can put in a car, you can say, I'm looking for a white 95 Honda with 3 bumper stickers. And it will look through it and it will give you all of those. And then you have to go through and it will give you an investigative lead. So this would be a very powerful investigative tool for our community. I believe it's a force multiplier because now instead of having to hire, and we're going to be hiring more cops. I don't want anybody to think that, hey, we're not going to hire any more police officers because we may potentially get cameras. But it essentially gives you another set, at least one set of eyes and also ears listening for gunshots. As this thing becomes more powerful, it will also be able to detect glass breakage. It'll also be able to detect metal sawing. I mean, so it will be listening for those things. Metal sawing, you wouldn't think is important, but the catalytic converter theft in our community is huge. And it's not just our community, it's all of California right now. It's probably all over the United States. I mean, so if we can get a tool like that, that will tell us that, hey, triangulate to this coordinates, there's metal sawing going on, it's 3 a.m, probably a pretty good indication that there's something going on there that probably shouldn't be. I mean, so we can respond to those things and become a little more proactive at those things. So it will become a more powerful tool for us. So, you know, I think it's a very important thing for our community to really understand that we are not listening to them. This is not to eavesdrop on them, their conversations. This is not to gather personal identifying information about them. These cameras are not about those types of things, neither are these sensors that are listening. And these dollars that we are proposing for this, because of the force multiplier, it's actually cheaper than a police officer each year. A police officer is roughly $150,000 when you get salary, benefit, and all of the necessary equipment for that. So at $123 a year subscribing to this system, you know, with the force multiplier, I believe that it brings, I hate to use the term a cheap investment, but I think it is a prudent investment with what you get from it, because you do get that set of eyes out there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's not a drop off in what this thing does. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Kiwis and let him go through this PowerPoint with you and explain it to you, and then we'll have Detective Darnell explain how he would use this.
And then there'll be a question and answer
Yes,
after.
ma'am.
Evening, Mayor, council members. So the chief covered what the system actually is. I'm going to actually explain to you what will be the potential benefit to have the system. Because I was tasked when I took over to deter and prevent crime and figure out other ways to do that. And obviously, as the chief stated, it's statewide, so it's hard to obtain police officers, and everybody's feeling that hurt. So this is one of the ways to deter and potentially make official arrests, because I do read a lot of the complaints I get in regards to the theft of motor vehicles and specific crime. And I brought Detective Darnell because he can specifically talk about cases he's been involved with recently about the last 6 months, where equipment like this would have been beneficial to have, and get potential suspects in custody a lot quicker. So I'm going to go over the actual, the mission's pretty much says it all. The company itself and us as well, eliminate crime for the whole community. Why safety? Okay. The current reality is, like I just said, the head count on police, we just don't have enough police officers on duty. And right now we're stretching the officers who are on duty right now pretty thin, meaning they're working several days in a row. So when you do that, they get tired. They're human beings. So we have to come up with other ways other than our body on the street to deter and prevent crime from happening. So crime is on the rise, as the chief explained, catalytic converters. I don't know if you have heard, I'm sure, that we've taken a couple incidents where there were some shootings, one particularly at Martin Luther King Park, and then within 2 weeks of that, there was another one in Florence and then Burlington area. So with no suspects. So a lot of times the officers are chasing the radio. They get information on one side of the town, and then by then we get there, they're gone or just nowhere to be found. So with these automated license readers, when we do arrive to a call, what happens? We investigate everybody. And sometimes we have people who are cooperative and do give us vehicle information. So with this automated program, we're able to put as a user, into the portal, specific vehicle identifiers, make, models, and colors. So if we do get a license plate, we also enter that information. So that's a score for us, because what happens is when we have all these different cameras, which is 40 we're asking for, and 2 specifically for gunshot, which have a radius of 1/4 of a mile and 1/2 a mile. As Chief explained, when an alleged gunshot does go off, more or less the layman's terms, they talk to each other to validate whether or not it was in fact a gunshot, triangulate, and then establish where exactly the gunshot came from. And in a lot of cases, over the last month or so, we don't know where they came from. Somebody just calls in shots heard, but nobody saw or witnessed anything. So again, we're just riding around the dark with nowhere to go or no other information. So, and then in turn, what this does is when we do press releases, And we do have a vehicle make, model and stuff. So we get the community involved. So what that means is we do get phone calls that, hey, I believe I just saw this car at XYZ. Well, at the same time, the reader's already probably hit somewhere within town. So if an officer's in the area, it'll be a lot quicker to check the area for the suspect vehicle involved. So the technological side of this is pretty easy. It's, should there be a shooting, for instance, license plate, make, model. What in turn we do is enter that information into the flock system. So Yuba County was one of the locals, and potentially or another sister agency will probably get on board with the same system. So what happens, they all talk to each other. So that means if this car were to take off from here to Yuba County, because Yuba County has the flock system and does dirt over there in Yuba County, so what happens is the alerts go off in Yuba County. So then if they should come back here, we know they're back here in Oroville. So the concept is we did spend several hours over a mapping for the cameras themselves, for 40 cameras. Obviously, there's many arteries within the city, and the major arteries are Orodam, Feather River, Olive Highway, and out east. So obviously our plan was to put at the major outlets where they have ingress and egress into the city. Out Table Mountain, out Nelson, Grand Avenue, and all over within the city limits from the west to the east and south side of town. So, is specifically on certain streets like Spencer and High Street and Pomonas, they're gonna dump out on Feather River Boulevard, and they're gonna run across these cameras, there's no doubt. Or they're gonna go out on Orodam Boulevard, they're gonna run across one of these cameras. So basically, the preventative measure is criminals are gonna start knowing that we're actually tracking wherever you go. So the potential is to obviously prevent and deter the numbers from increasing. So we want to decrease. So once people get along or have the knowledge that, hey, they're watching you. If you steal a car and you have the plate number, they're gonna find you. So, which is our intent. Again, as the chief explains, there's no facial recognition. We're only looking for the car. So, and the system itself is not connected to any, like the Department of Motor Vehicles or our national CLET system, our state CLET system that how we pick up and look up registered vehicles and who owns them. It's not doing that. We're not connected. It's just our single sole system for us. We're not, like the chief said, it's not a matter of personal identification information of anybody. So the data would be stored for up to 30 days. If it's not relevant to anything we're investigating, after 30 days it gets dumped. If there is an investigative purpose for the information, there is a cloud system, and we already have Axon body cameras. So we also use axonevidence.com, which is where we save all our camera footage in the cloud. So it's compatible with, if needed for evidentiary purposes, it's already compatible with our already existing system. So there's no additional cost for that. So if we need to hold the information for a criminal case, then we have the ability to do that. So Joshua Thomas should be actually on Zoom listening in. He's going to actually be able to answer the technological questions of the actual systems themselves. I'm not going to sit here and try to guess my way through that. He'll be able to answer those questions. And that, as it says up here, it's real time. So as a vehicle goes through the intersection or wherever it left the scene of, it's going to automatically get the alert to us, and then the dispatcher would disseminate out to whomever. So the way this system works is there's a user portal. So those persons, more than likely, one of the major persons who would probably be on the portal as a user would be Detective Darnell for most major criminal incidents. But however, when it comes to vehicle thefts, missing persons in vehicles and stuff like that, we can take care of it at the street level. So as this says, I'll have Detective Darnell come up here and cover the rest of this portion, because this is a perfect example of when we do have shootings, what happens if we don't have a tool just like this. We can't always have bodies, but we can have extra tools to facilitate or augment the decrease or just not having the bodies on the street.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. How are we doing tonight?
Good.
So I'm Detective Jess Darnell, the detective for the Oroville Police Department, and I just want to speak to you about these cameras for a little bit. Specifically the Raven technology, what that is, that's the gunshot detection. And without getting too deep into the technical side, because I'm from Corning and we didn't really learn a lot of computer stuff, essentially, when a gun is fired in the zone that is covered by the cameras, and now I would like to back up, we are not asking at this time for complete coverage using the Raven detection system. What we are doing is asking for 2 specific zones to be covered by the gunshot detection. And the way this works is the cameras in there, if a shot is fired, they triangulate the position of the gunshot and will alert the police department. Right now, the time is under a minute from the shot fired to us being notified, and Flock Camera is working on trimming that down. Additionally, they can triangulate the position within 90 feet, which I know sounds like a big deal, but that's actually really, really good. We get phone pings that don't come that good. So that's, and again, as the chief has said, and as Lieutenant Hughes has said, this isn't Big Brother listening in on people. You could literally stand in front of one of these cameras, tell them say your name, your social security number, your bank PIN, and it's not going to detect anything. So all it's doing is listening for the gunshot, and Flock is currently developing the technology for the glass break software. So if somebody smashes a window of a car or a building, and the metal sawing, which, like I said, as the chief said, catalytic converter theft it's a major bane on this community. Let's push the arrow, right? So, and like I said, that kind of just goes into the tech stuff, so I'll skip past that. Again, this system is not a proactive law enforcement tool. You're not going to go through an intersection and the camera reads your vehicle and you get a letter in the mail that says, hey, 2 weeks ago you ran a red light. Or, hey, last week you were speeding down Montgomery Street. All this does is enable us to search for vehicles that pass through the zones that we've placed the 40 cameras on, the detectable zones. And as Lieutenant Kiwi said, we have, on the initial draft of the map we put down, we wanted to put all the, for lack of a better word, the arteries of the city. I feel confident that where we are proposing these cameras, it would be extremely difficult for someone to commit a crime and maneuver about the city of Oroville without us being able to detect them. And I can tell you ladies and gentlemen firsthand that oftentimes all we have is a car to go on. I can give you an example of last year, there was a shooting at the car wash on Orange Street. And we had surveillance from a nearby establishment. It was kind of grainy, but we knew what the car was. We could see the car. Fortunately, a month later, that same person decided to shoot somebody else, and we found him that way. But in that first instance where this person very terribly discharged a firearm at someone at a business establishment, having the license plate reader at that time would have been a key tool in identifying, okay, where's this vehicle, where did it go, and we could have found that person a month sooner. I can also tell you there was another instance last fall where we had a shooting and we had the suspect vehicle. We didn't have the plate, but we had the make, we had the model, and it was a very unique make and model. And these license plate readers would have helped us find it. Do you want me to cover this stuff? So, again, the other part of the data storage for these, which Flock Camera will maintain for us, is only for 30 days. We do have the option of increasing the data storage, and that's something I'm sure the chief will bring up later. But once the 30 days elapses, the information's gone. We do not store the data. It's not tied to anybody's personal information. The cameras are not tied to CLETS, which is our computer system. However, what they are connected to is the stolen vehicle system. So in California, anytime a vehicle is reported stolen, police enter it into this system. Any stolen vehicle that passes by one of the cameras, it will alert us. The other cool thing about these is throughout the entire network of the state of California, any vehicle that we conduct an inquiry on, let's say we have a shooting or something in Oroville, and we have the car, the plate, the make, model, all that, and that car does something, drives by a camera, say in Roseville or San Diego or wherever, it will notify us, and we can coordinate law enforcement efforts to find that person or that vehicle. All this stuff, do you want me to talk? Yeah, I'll cover the rest. Okay.
Thank you, Jess. We'll just cover these last few slides, and then we'll check with our consultant to see if there's anything that we've missed that, there, and then we'll take whatever questions you have, Mr. Mayor. I mean, but this is a product that is going to enhance our ability to do our job. As you can see, as it evolves into the future, it will have street racing technology, or ability to detect if that's occurring, car crashes, things like that. The things that it doesn't do, again, I think are the important things that our community needs to be aware of, is it doesn't detect people's voices. It's not listening for that. The data is only stored for 30 days. It's interconnected with our system already through Axon and evidence.com. So that means when there is significant information that's gathered as evidence or revalue, it automatically migrates over to our evidence system. This will come with a transparency porthole. What that means is that on our website, we will develop it, and it will be, anybody can go on there and see how we've used this, what we've used it for. It will not give you access to the cameras. You will not be able to do searches or anything like that. But it will bring up, you know, what we've been doing it for, how many hits we've had with it, who we're coordinating and cooperating with, other agencies, things like that. And it will give you an audit search history of what we've been doing with it. And this actually solves and prevents crimes. This is just a list of some of the California cities that are actually using this. I think the interesting ones for us would be the Woodland Police Department, the Grass Valley Police Department, Elk Grove, Roseville, Rockland, Yuba County. They're all semi-local to us. I mean, so they are, you know, this is something that's coming this way. There's a lot of other cities that are in Southern California and in the Bay Area. In this one, we have Roseville, Woodland, Elk Grove again, Grass Valley. It's listing them as Bay Area cities, but I don't really think they're considered Bay Area. But this is just another list, and we'll include this PowerPoint presentation as part of the packet so that you can review these more in depth. These are Southern California cities. So you can see, I guess the point is this is quite an extensive network of cameras that are out there in different communities. This is an example of how something like this may work. You know, what it's telling us is that in Benicia, where we all know Benicia is not that far from here. I mean, it's not Oroville, but, you know, I think one thing that Oroville is similar to Bay Area communities in is the way that we're situated, where you have Oroville that's surrounded by several other small communities, where Oroville becomes the destination for many of the necessities of things that people need, whether they're going to the post office, a medical visit, grocery stores, some clothing stores here in town. You know, Oroville's kind of situated sort of like that. So what this is, you know, telling us the story of a trailer that was stolen at 3 p.m. The owner reported it. The Benicia Police Department went out, they began their investigation of it, and they put it into the Flock network. At 3:30, they were able to find the trailer with the camera system and get it back to its owner. So within 30 minutes, a stolen plate was identified by these cameras moving around. Now, that's not a guarantee this is going to happen every single time. That is telling you this is a success story and how this could potentially work. This also, through Vacaville, a study has shown that this has a 33% decrease in reported vehicle thefts when these things go in as acting as a deterrent. I mean, because it's sending the message to the car thieves that, you know, you're going to drive around in this, it is looking for it. And now, you know, the questions can be, well, what happens if I just switch the license plate? Okay, well, now you have a stolen plate on the car. Or you have another one. It's not just looking for a plate. There's personal identifying information for that car, not yours, but for your vehicle that it's looking for. So you can switch the plate, or you can put a stolen plate on there, or you can have no plate on there. It's looking for that car. I mean, so it will continue to look. So I think with the proper signage and things like that, so people are aware the system has been implemented, it's out there working, and, you know, if you are going to do these things, I mean, it's going to identify who you are and where you're at. There's been a 35% increase in Vacaville from having this thing out there in arrest for people doing these types of things. And it's resulted in them, they are so satisfied with it that they have requested twice as many cameras in their community than what they originally started with. This is a story out of San Bruno about how this system could be used to identify other things. This was a smash and grab that occurred at a jewelry store in San Bruno. And you know, you think, well, what does that have to do with a stolen vehicle? I mean, well, really nothing. This is just another example of how this thing can be used. What it was used for was the identifying information of the vehicle that the suspects were using when they did the smash and grab was fed into the system. It was fed into the system and it was put onto the hot list. The system identified the vehicle, and when they tried to do their next one, the police were dispatched to where the vehicle was at, this location. This was a jewelry store, and they were able to proactively intervene in this situation. This is an example of an Amber Alert where a young mother had her child abducted from her at 12:33 p.m. An Amber Alert was issued at 1:01. The search began with the flock safety system, the network. The suspect's vehicle was located at 2:30, and by 5:03, a felony stop and arrest was made of the individual that had abducted the child, and by 5:30, the child was reunited with the mother. I know if it was my child, 5 hours seems like an incredibly long time. But in a situation like this, that's incredible that child was returned within 5 hours, because I believe the child was actually located in another state at that time. So this is, can be used for many different things. It's a very powerful tool. That's our presentation. We have our Josh. I can't remember Josh's last name. I'm sorry, Josh. Josh Thomas, he's online. Josh, did I miss anything, or is there anything you'd like to add?
No, Chief, you did a great job, and the whole team did a great job. So at the end of the day, our technology company, we are here to help provide evidence for your city to help solve crime. If it's not going to be used for that purpose, all of the data is permanently deleted. It's not shared with anybody. No one at Flock can access it. This is literally just for your city to provide the investigative leads needed to solve crime. And again, if it's not for that purpose, it's going to be permanently deleted. So, Chief, you did a great job. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Josh. Mr. Mayor, that's our presentation, and we are open for any questions the community or our council may have. This is this public, I'm not going to say it's a hearing, but this public meeting is here to comply with SB 34, which requires us to have an open meeting regarding ALPRs, automated license plate reader cameras, prior to implementation of that. So this will serve as that meeting so any input that anyone has, we're more than happy to hear. I've also attached a sample policy of this that will be in our Lexapol policy manual that the council can review, and we will include that in there. It will become more robust as necessary. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if there's any questions or comments, we're more than willing to take those.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, really good. I think we'll go with the council questions first. They may ask questions that the public doesn't need.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Councilman Goodson, please.
Oh, thank you so much for the presentation from each one of you. So I did a little research on this, and I'm always interested in the pros and cons and what the citizens have said in places like those that you mentioned, and what the feedback and response has been. And so overall, what has been raised, there's been studies done by the Electronic Frontier Foundation and groups such as the American Civil Liberties Union, where their concerns are privacy for their families and for their own persons and their loved ones. And the concern is in regards to questioning the collection of and storing of the data on the vehicles and on persons that are law-abiding citizens that are not of interest nor suspected of criminal activity. So I believe that's just the overall concern of your average citizen, and the thought of monitoring this type of system that monitors, that can track every movement of not just suspicious vehicles, but all vehicles. And individuals, take me for example, you can actually track everywhere I go, every minute of the day, as long as I'm in my vehicle. And so when you think of, and not to say that this would ever happen in Oroville, but hypothetically, there can be someone that has access to the system who may have a challenge in let's say a challenge in a relationship, and they can actually track and monitor the person that they're involved with. So, and I put that out there not because it's something that I thought of, but it's because it has actually happened in another area within California. So my caution, my recommendation, my recommendation is if the council votes in favor of this system, that the OPD abide by the state law and adopt policies and safeguards that will prevent the misuse of the system's purpose, how it's used, who's going to use it, and how the OPD will share that information that they've collected and for how long. You had mentioned 30 days. I know that there's some cities and counties that are on a 5-year. So I also just wondered how you came to that determination of just 30 days. And I don't recall who mentioned it, but that there would be, the public would know that the system is in place, right?
Yes.
And even now, that there is actual ways that things that people are using to protect their privacy in regards to their license plate. And it's called the Anti-Tracking Infrared License Plate Scanner. And so utilization of this type of blocker, it's called the Veil Stealth Coating, and which means it absorbs the light that could potentially penetrate and look for that license plate number. And it makes it impossible to read. So wherever there's a lock, there's a key to unlock it.
Well, that technology you're bringing up is used to evade tolls and things like that. It's for a nefarious purpose to begin with. It's not because they're worried about being identified.
Right.
You have no reasonable expectation when you're on a public roadway to privacy. I mean, you are out in the public, you are operating a vehicle, which is a privilege in the state of California. It's not a right. And so, what is your expectation of privacy? Exceptions don't make rules. Anything can be used for a bad purpose.
Absolutely.
I 100% agree with you
Absolutely.
that people, privacy, as far as, if we were trying to track you going from one place to the next, that is, I can't even begin to express to you how wrong that would be. I mean, and then when we would become aware of that, our job is
Absolutely
to
right.
fire that person, because that is an absolute misuse
It
of this
is.
technology and would not be tolerated.
And it's just unfortunate, but
Absolutely.
these things have
Sure.
come about in other cities.
That's-
So
that-
that was my only
Absolutely.
caution.
No, that's-
Just make sure that those policies that are handed down by the state are implemented, and as you had said, that they would be documented in the OPD
Yes,
department.
ma'am. I
manual.
agree with you 100%.
Thumbs
I mean,
up
I am
on that.
I'm on board with all of that. The misuse of something like this would be so egregious that, I don't even know begin how to express something like that.
amazing,
I mean,
isn't
but
it?
I'm not going to tell you too that I'm surprised someone did it somewhere. I
Yeah.
mean, there's very little that actually rocks me back on my heels when I hear that,
Mm-hmm.
whenever the human condition is involved, that something happened. It's like, well, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I guess it's said best is, predictable is preventable. And, as long as we can predict these things and there is an audit trail that we can see why, you have to have a case number. You have to have a purpose of why you're looking for this vehicle. If my purpose is in there is to track, Councilperson Goodson, I better have a darn good reason about
Reason.
why I'm doing that. I
And
mean,
please let me know.
yeah, no, I would tell you ahead of time. I mean, it'd be like, I would be like the guy in the trash can on the commercial that's sitting there with the microphone out and fall over. You have to just see the commercial. I watch too much TV apparently. But anyway.
But it's a great
I
presentation.
understand your concern, and that is something that we have to be vigilant on, and we have to safeguard this and ensure that it is only used for law enforcement purposes. It's not shared with anyone other than other law enforcement agencies. And then the information that's shared is merely a license plate number. I mean, we won't run that for them. We'll give them, the video or it's not even video, it's still photos, the photos of that, and then they will conduct their own investigation. But they will give us a case number for why they needed that. I mean, so it's not going to be just kind of out there. As far as the 30 days, we only store for 30 days. I mean, unless it is connected to a crime. And then with that information will be actually taken out of the system and it will be burned onto a scan disk, because after 30 days, it even comes out of that system. So we'll burn it onto a disk, we'll book it into evidence. So it's there, it's part of a criminal case at this point. So
Okay.
it's not, you know, just there. So every 30 days, it will dump it out of there. The most that this company offers is, I believe, 365 days that they will store it, but that's an extra $300 per camera. Right now, the cost for every 30 days is included in this. So if we wanted to buy more length and duration from each camera storage, we
Then
could.
it is yeah.
But the most they'll do is, I believe, a year at this time. So I hope that
you.
helps, Councilperson Vincent.
Absolutely, appreciate that.
Councilman Thompson?
Thanks. I have 4 questions.
Okay.
First one is, can you explain, I heard you several times say that this does not do facial recognition, this does not do traffic enforcement or speed enforcement or running red lights or anything like that.
Correct.
Can you explain to us why that's bad?
Why is that bad?
Yeah, for example, if you
Well-
have somebody that, you know, one person steals the car, they take it to a house that has 5 individuals. If we're not seeing who actually drove the car from point A to point B, and we're just seeing the car that gets the location, you know, can you not go back to the video and see who drove the car from the, you know, the house it was stolen from to the place it was taken? Or, because at that point, if there's no facial recognition or you can't see who drove it, then when it gets to the house, there's no one you can prosecute.
Well, you can for possession of the vehicle.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
you can actually.
Absolutely. This system is not designed to capture videos of or pictures of the person driving the car. Now, that doesn't mean that the system won't. That just means that's not what its intended purpose is. If it's angled just right and it hits just right, and you know, there is a possibility you can do that. I mean, but if we can track it to the house where they have the stolen vehicle, you know, for whatever reason, it's there. You can still make arrest for those types of things. I mean, constructive possession and things like that. You can work through it that way, and you're probably going to get into a lot more things than just the stolen vehicle when you get there. So you can still make arrest.
Okay, and then the second part of that, as far as, you know, running red lights and whatnot, why is that bad?
It's not bad, it's just not what this system is for. I mean, this system is not designed for that. Red light cameras, you know, those ran into some issues in the past because of the issue of who actually calibrates the camera and who actually installs the camera. There was some finagling of the cameras and how fast that they would do it, how fast the light would change from yellow to red and things like that. So it created a lot of issues.
And then the second question I have is, it says on here for 24 months, not to exceed, you know, the set amount, $330,750. What happens after 24 months?
The council will have to make a decision at that point if they want to continue with the system. If they do, then they would have to pay the annual subscription, which would be, I believe, $123,250.
So after 2
Unless
years.
there's an increase, of course.
So the 333 plus thousand, that's for the cameras plus the software. Then after 2 years, then it is 130.
123,500 as long, or 250, something like that per year. Yes, it's the annual subscription. That covers the backside cost, the software, the maintenance, everything that comes with that.
Save worst case scenario, after 24 months, it just, you know, for whatever reason, the council at that time decides they don't want to continue. So what happens? It just all is dead? And
It goes dead. It goes
everything
dark.
dead.
Yep.
There's cameras and whatnot.
The cameras are removed. I mean, Flock will come back out. They'll remove the cameras. I imagine they'll remove the poles. I mean, you know, it depends on how they're installed.
So is there, remove the poles, so are they adding poles?
They're going to attach it to, yeah, there'll be something
It'll be attached to
installed.
our
Now,
poles.
whether they do it to existing, you know, they may use intersection poles, you know, I don't know. I mean, this
Okay.
may be something that, you know, we have to go with them. But I would imagine there will be locations where they have to install poles.
I just want to, what's the cost of roughly about one police officer per year?
About $150,000 all included.
So having this is less than the cost of, technically of one police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Third question I have is, you said audit of search history. So
Correct.
doing an audit that's posted on the website, if the police department does an audit of such and such vehicle with such and such license plate, is that information specifically going to be listed on our website?
No, we do not list specific information. It's an audit of how we use the system, not what the
Just
information was.
Just audit, or it's search of vehicle, and that's all it's gonna say, not search of red Ford 1990.
No. Yeah, it's not going
With
to
a dent on the
come.
back left corner.
Right, no,
Sure.
no.
Okay, and then, fourth and final question I have for you is,
That was 4.
no, that was three.
I'm just teasing you.
3.B, I guess. And do you have to, in order to access the cameras, can you just like, for example, while we've been talking, there's been quite a ruckus with motorcycles outside. Do you have to have vehicle information first in order to dive into the cameras, or can you just go into camera on the corner of Montgomery and Lincoln at 4:44 p.m. and do just a live view of a certain period of time, or do you have to only do a search of, you have to have vehicles information in order to?
I'll defer that question to Detective Darnell. I believe that you can do a time frame. You'd probably enter motorcycle, intersection, time,
I would have
and
to imagine, because if there's a murder, somebody kills somebody, downtown, or wherever it might be.
Right.
You want to see, okay, is it 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody's driving around, but all of a sudden, there's somebody leaving that neighborhood, it's probably a good chance that you want to go, have.
right, we'll start developing information off of that. So, can you answer that question?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, to answer your question, yes. You can search a specific time period for a camera. But again, it's not a live feed. The cameras they're taking still shots in succession. So you can't, say, access one camera right now and watch people walking by and stuff. So it's not Big Brother, but you can go for a specific time period and say, hey, any vehicles past this camera between 1 a.m. and 1:15 a.m.
Great, that's all
answer-
my questions, thank you.
I believe the city attorney had something to
Yeah,
comment on your
I just wanted to
question.
add in, to be very clear, because there's a talk about recording videos of individuals in cars. When it says it doesn't have facial recognition is, as a car drives by, it'll say, oh, Bob Jones was in that red Honda driving by, because we know what Bob Jones' face is like in our database.
Okay,
You may be able to see the face of a person driving by. It will not recognize that face. It will not try and analyze that face. You may have it in the recording, and Josh, Thomas, correct me if I'm wrong, you may see that in the recording, but it will not analyze that face compared to a database of individuals that it has. It won't do that.
this year, but it's okay.
Now, I can relatively securely tell you it won't be in future years either. There was I think 16 years ago, there was a Super Bowl where there was a company testing out facial recognition software against everyone in the Super Bowl. In fact, it was routinely referred to as the Snooper Bowl, which anyway. I don't think that is going to be technology that's coming anytime soon to these cameras. And if it is, it's certainly you would have to make a decision if you wanted to add it, but I don't think it's coming to these cameras anytime soon. That's not the purpose of these cameras. The purpose of these cameras is to catch criminal activity in the act of being criminal, right? As someone's driving a stolen car, that is a criminal activity, right? It's not looking to see, oh, look, there goes Bob Jones driving a red Honda. Oh, look, there goes the mayor driving his truck. Oh, look, there goes, it's not looking for that stuff. It doesn't have that technology, and they're not looking to add that technology.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Johnstone.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I appreciate it. A lot of information. The $333,750, that is a lot of money. We will not own any of the devices or anything with that purchase.
Correct.
So that is just a rental for that
Correct.
amount.
That's a lease.
It's a lease, okay. Then after the initial 2 years, that's $333,750 to install, implement, and maintain for 2 years. And then after the 2 years, it will come back to the council and we will decide whether or not we want to continue another 2 years, or is it year to year?
I believe it will be a year-to-year contract at that point.
And that is $123,500. Plus, if we want the advanced listening system, it's another $32,000 on top of that, right?
Correct, plus any cost of,
But the listening
living.
device, we are contemplating just two. Am I understanding that correctly? There's going to just be two devices that have the sound?
no.
No, all of them will?
Yeah, no, they work, do you know how many are in the system?
No, sir. For me.
No, go ahead.
No, the listening technology, flock camera, they charge us by the, basically by the square mile. So we essentially pick two zones that within those zones, the cameras and the.
So
would have
any
their-
devices in those two zones?
Yes, ma'am.
How many devices would you say would be in a zone?
I think, so the devices I think are actually attached to the cameras. So I'd have to look at our map, however many cameras we have that border that zone or in those two zones, those would be the number of the Raven cameras we would have.
Okay, so let's say there's 4 devices in a zone, then it's $32,000 per device for the
It's
listening.
32,000 total for what we have for all of the listening devices that will be attached to the cameras that are out there. Right now, this is a 40 camera system, so I'm going to guess that there is 20 in each zone roughly. I mean, so we will have roughly, there won't be one on everyone, it'll be perimeter cameras, so I'm gonna guess there's probably 10 to 15 or an even number, probably 16 of these devices out there, and that's $32,000 for the, per year for those devices. And that technology, it's not only that, but it's also the evolution of the software, the support of the backside of this that we don't have. I mean, so I understand that's a lot of money, but we're also not having the burden of the.
Management.
Right, the management of this or maintaining the software or the equipment.
Have we put this out there for RFP for any other potential companies that are doing similar?
We did look at other companies. We looked at Vigilant. We looked at a local one. The biggest thing that Flock has over those other companies is the fact that, we don't have to try to manage this thing ourselves. Chico uses Vigilant, which is a Motorola product. They had to buy their cameras, install their cameras. They had to put in their servers. They had to connect those things. Somebody has to manage that whole process. If the software needs to be updated, somebody on site updates that software. And everybody knows as technology goes, you put a camera in today, in 6 weeks, that thing's obsolete and now you need a new one. I mean, so, all of that is, one of the reasons why we shied away from that. We do not have at this time, and all law enforcement is in the same condition or the same situation. We don't have the personnel to sit there and monitor this type of thing. We need one that has the ability to manage itself and to send those alerts when it does identify those things. And this one was unique in that area. So we did look at other ones, but we did not issue any sort of formal RFP for this process.
What about the updates and things that might, in 2 years, there could be all new technology. Is that going to be included in the price that we would pay if we decide to go? So we are not going to incur any additional costs other than.
That's our understanding of it at this time.
Okay, so what the initial is coming from the district sales tax fund?
Correct. The initial is going to be 146. That includes the installation, permitting, and the first year's annual subscription, and then the 32,000 on top of that. So I believe it's 178,250 for the first year.
Okay, and sorry, I'm just reading some of my notes. So the plan would be to use the district tax revenues. What are we going to be doing if we should move forward after the 2 years? Are we thinking we're going to pull from that one-time district tax revenue again to pay for this?
No,
or-
district tax revenue is not one time. District tax revenue is something that occurs every single year. That's Measure U dollars. So that's on top of your Bradley Burns, which is your regular sales tax. So this will it could become, if the council decides, a budgetary item that is budgeted every year and will most likely come from the revenues that are generated from Measure U annually.
If I may, really quick, just to piggyback on that, Councilmember, we do have some one-time Measure U dollars that haven't been allocated this year, but the chief is absolutely correct. This would be something, if it's going to be an ongoing item, we would bake it into the budget under our anticipated Measure U dollars.
Okay, so
I hope
this
that
would
makes
not
sense.
be taking place of an actual officer that we might consider hiring. This
No.
would be in conjunction with fully staffing our police department.
This is on top of fully staffing the police department. This is not requesting that we freeze any positions or we, unallocate any dollars that are associated with the police department at this time. This would be in addition to the tools or the officers that we have allocated already. So no, we would not be losing personnel because of this.
And if I may, I think the 2-year subscription, for no better term, is a great opportunity for this council to see how does this work? Is this something we want long-term versus purchasing it actually and then being stuck with a product that you may not like. So I think this it's a great opportunity for this council to see, okay, what kind of results do we see? Do we see a reduction in crime? Do we see an increase in arrests for various activity? But we can certainly reassess it the beauty is you get to reassess it in 2 years, whether or not it's successful and worth your investment.
Yeah, I just can't get past that $333,000 and then it not be something that we want. So I that's why I'm pushing it. So, okay, just a couple more questions. Thank you. Does it have so after the 30 days, it takes away any information that has been stored? What if information that has been stored comes up, let's say a vehicle, there has been no activity on it, but let's say, 45 days down the road, there is a vehicle, suspicious activity or stolen or whatever. Does the system have the ability to recapture information?
No.
Okay.
It's
so
overwritten at that point.
It's overwritten, okay. And then is there an ability to add recognition or red light offenses at some point in time? Is the system upgradable to include in, 10 years down the road if we do like it, can we add to it?
I can't speak to that because I don't know what the technology will be in 10 years or what the climate will be for something like that. But I think that any technology is evolving, and I can't speak for what Flock is going to do with their company, but I would imagine if there was a need and a desire and a market, that they certainly would probably meet that need or meet that market because they are for profit.
Thank you. Is there any negatives that you can speak on Flock? I mean, I just feel like we are, I haven't seen any other information, and I apologize, I didn't do my research prior to this meeting. I just would like to see other proposals maybe on similar programs, similar devices that we could look at and review. That's just my personal opinion on that. I would like to do a little bit more research before I invest $333,000. It's a great idea, and I'm for it. I just would like to see some other options as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I'm in the queue next. A couple quick questions. I assume this system is on its own Wi-Fi, or is it required to be hooked up to lease line?
No, it'd be an LTE system.
LTE system, thank you. And when you mentioned, will the camera system looking at a license plate be also able to estimate the speed of a vehicle?
No, it does not do speed estimations. These are, this is not video. What this is, these are still photo shots that are taken in rapid succession.
Right, thank you. The other question is, when it's received to, I assume, dispatch, are you going to have a certain person assigned to receive the information on duty, or is it go to the duty sergeant or whoever? How's your plan going to be to who receives the information?
Our plan would be is that this information would be interconnected to our dispatch to alert our dispatch, who can then in turn dispatch an officer to that particular location where it is alerting.
Gotcha, okay.
I mean, because, the on-duty sergeant, what if they're sick? What if they're not in the office?
Sure.
I mean, so it makes, I think the most sense for us, Mr. Mayor, to send it there.
Gotcha. I'm just looking at the
Correct.
facility part of it. And then the security protection, it's kind of mentioned in here. So has the systems, or maybe the tech can advise us, has anyone ever been able to security or break into your system at all? I'm seeing a shaking head. Can you tell us more, Josh?
Sorry, I didn't realize that question was fully for me. Yes. So no, the answer to your question is no. So all the data is encrypted with the highest level of security clearance. It's called AES 256 encryption. As the chief mentioned earlier, all of the data is stored in Amazon Web Services, the government cloud, which is the same sort of cloud storage that the federal government will use. So you're exactly right. The other part of it that I wanted to just mention is because we are LTE enabled, the data will sit on our device and get sent to the cloud immediately, and then it's immediately purged from the device. So even if someone were to steal a device, they would not be able to hack into the system because it's immediately sent to the cloud. Worst case scenario, if there were a nefarious actor who were to hack in our system, we're not connected to third-party databases. You would be able to get pictures of license plates, and that's all you would see in our system. The Oroville Police Department can then use that information as an investigative lead to do the rest of their investigation and connect it to all of their data sources that they have access to. But at Flock, we do not have access to that. So we have never been hacked. We have deep level of encryption. And worst case scenario, if there was a nefarious actor, you would only get the picture of license plates, no other information.
The other quick question, I assume your cameras are fixed, or do you have some that are movable for the department to move? I'm seeing, I guess they're all fixed.
This system is a fixed-based system. There are cameras, I think, that are available to put into patrol vehicles, but we are not suggesting that at this time.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. I think it's a great idea. I think if nothing else, this is a good step toward improving the security of the community. And I think when we look at technology that such as this, it's going to be pretty much drawn by the company that's providing it. I appreciate the idea of going to having a request for proposals, but I don't know if you could even put one together when you have so selective of the type of material and devices that you're looking at. I would suggest, though, that you have other cost factors so that we survive an audit for the finance department over there, because whenever we buy something, they always like to see that we took a look at the other cost.
Right.
At least have that information. Plus, if we do move this, I would like a commitment to make this presentation to the Measure U Oversight Committee. I think they'd
Sure.
much appreciate having that.
Absolutely, Mr. And then one of this software is unique, this product is unique to the point that, they're able to provide what's called a sole source letter,
Right.
which fulfills you can buy things several different ways. You can put it out to RFP. You can do what's called piggybacking, where somebody else has already done this. We can look around at Rockland, Roseville, Yuba County, other ones. The pricing's all the same. I mean, they charge X amount of dollars per camera, period. But then the third way that you can do it is you can do it off of a sole source letter, which says, hey, our product's unique. We're the only ones that provide it in this area. Nobody's going to offer anything like this other than us. It's the same way that we buy our Motorola stuff from our MR, which is our manufacturer's rep.
Right.
I mean, so through sole source letters. So that is included in the packet. We did include that because of the uniqueness of this product. They are able to issue a sole source letter.
Well, I appreciate that. I've been exposed to this technology in the other business, in the car wash business, and it's huge. I had no idea they had such cameras, and now it's a big deal. I mean, it's huge in the private industry. They're identifying all kinds of things that, from just customer identification to, the vandalism and so on and so forth. So I think it's a huge step forward, and I appreciate the presentation, big time. Councilman Goodson's up on the queue.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of additional questions. Does the Flock group cover any theft or vandalism of their detection property cameras? And I'm just and my follow-up question is, dependent upon the loss, what is the recovery time to get that stolen or vandalized equipment up and running, so that we don't lose?
Service.
Absolutely.
I believe I can
That's
answer part of that.
number one question.
The first part of it I can answer, Councilperson Goodson, is if the camera is damaged or stolen, we are responsible for that. We, being the city, are responsible for that piece of equipment. It's no different than if you were to rent something somewhere else and somehow or another it gets destroyed. You do become responsible for that. Now, the turnaround cost for replacing it, or not the cost, but the turnaround time to get the camera replaced. Josh, can you give us some kind of idea of what the turnaround time normally is for the replacement of a stolen or damaged camera?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have local service technicians who are there in the greater Sacramento area, all over Northern California. So we can respond very quickly. We also have alarms on the devices themselves. So we know if a device has been moved, stolen, damaged, etc. Even if it just goes down because of a power failure, it gets struck by lightning, whatever may happen. So yeah, our technicians are typically able to respond within 48 hours to start diagnosing and servicing those devices.
Thank you. My second question, and I need some convincing on this, it's in regards to the gunshot detection unit. And it says in item 4, it says if the sound is determined to be gunfire, then it goes on to say, the system is able to determine the approximate location of the incident. So we all live in separate districts. I think I probably live in a district that is a little more aggressive in activity, especially at night. And just a couple of weeks ago, we had, there was a volley of gunshots, because I called in and I heard at least 20 of them, and it's not uncommon. And so when it says that the vendor asserts that this automated process determines the location, 90%, trust me, I'm 100% sure it was the alleyway behind my house. So I need you to convince me what is I just need more bang for the buck in regards to the high price tag. And can this be a separate unit, or is this one package? Because I believe that when 911 is called and dispatch, people who call and they hear gunshot, they pretty much can determine it's next door, it's around the corner. So Give me
Yes,
something.
it can be bifurcated off. You don't have to purchase the audio portion of it if you choose
Okay.
not to. You can do that. That would save you about $32,000 each year. This isn't for what you're describing, for, the rapid succession of gunfire in a densely populated neighborhood where everybody knows it's right there. I mean, that's, that is, I guess you would call me Captain Obvious or something by saying I need this. I mean, this is for when, nobody reports it and there is that one shot. What is that shot? Where did that shot come from? What is the significance of that shot? Maybe nothing. I mean, don't know. That's what this is for more so than that. I mean, it's also, I believe, a very powerful deterrent, because when we've been having a lot of issues over at the park off of Wyandotte Martin Luther King Park with shooting going on in the parking lot there. And
Right.
at late times at night and things like that, when people may be in bed and not be, heck, I've probably slept through gunshots outside that I just don't hear inside. So it would alert us to things such as that. The single gunshot, the ones that are a little more remote than in a densely populated neighborhood. I watched the video of the one of the one that you're describing. And,
Yeah.
and if you managed to miss that, I don't know what in the world. I mean, I would have even been aware of that one. I mean, so that was, quite significant. So, but it's not for that type of a thing, because we're certainly going to get those reports, those 911 accounts of what's happening in the neighbors' videos, things like that. This is for the isolated one. This is for the late night, honestly, stuff that's there. And it's also for the deterrent from people, to let them know that if you do choose to do these things, something's listening. It's going to immediately alert the police, and the police are going to be on their way.
And Chief,
If
do you
that
mind if I
helps.
just jump in one last thing on that point? The real power of that also comes in of being able to pair the gunshot detection with the license plate recognition. Because today, you might be able to identify that a gunshot occurred, but you're not going to be able to necessarily get the additional evidence needed to identify suspect vehicles. The majority of these sort of crimes happen with a car. After these gunshots, people drive off. And so it can be very difficult for law enforcement to identify those list of suspects. So if they can pair the audio detection with the license plate, they now go from gunshot to suspect vehicle instantly. And that really does help provide that additional layer of evidence that law enforcement often need to close out these cases. And so that's really where the power kind of comes together, is combining the technologies.
Thank you. And just as an aside, I think Martin Luther King, that area, Burlington, a good deterrent would be lighting. It's just very poor
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that park. Thank you.
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I think this software program is much needed and great for our community, something that I've been requesting, and I think it's a great proposal. And I actually do think that the cost over benefit is actually pretty good. For example, I know that recently in Oroville, there was a serial killer who was apprehended because of a home camera that was facing the street. So the cops were able to use, since there wasn't these cameras at that time, they were able to use that camera to actually find out who was in that area and apprehend the murderer. And the second thing is can you remind me, those that know, maybe Don knows, but how much we spend annually on goats that we don't own?
I believe that's what, Don, 100 or 78,000 a year?
86,000 annually?
So $86,000 a year for goats to eat weeds. To me, 123,000-ish is much more money well spent than, I mean, I love the goats, don't get me wrong. I love the goats.
Maybe put cameras on the goats.
Put cameras on the goats. Yes.
Sorry.
So, in relatively speaking, as far as the cost that the city spends, to me, safety is one of the reasons why the community voted for Measure U. To me, this is a very, like a nothing but net swish right into the basket in regarding what those monies were intended for. Another thing that I just want to bring up is it's not rare that we'll drop $500,000 on technology here in the city of Oroville. I think it wasn't too long ago that we spent $550-ish on upgrading security, internal security with the city of Oroville. Is that ish? Yeah, there was a system that we bought as far as encrypting and keeping people secure, or IT security and whatnot. Yeah. Right. So, point being that, $500,000 on technology is not, out of the norm as far as the city of Oroville. So, again, compared to the cost of a police officer, tracking and reducing crime, catching perpetrators, adding another tool into the belt of our law enforcement, I think this is definitely well worth it. And I'm for one, I'm like, let's just, yeah, absolutely.
And, if I could just add on to that, one of my dissatisfactions with technology is the fact that these radios that we bought for the cars are $550,000 to replace them. In 5 years, if I'm still here and working, I'm going to be back in front of you asking for another probably $700,000 to replace the outdated technology that's no longer there. So I think in situations like this, it's good to get into these lease type situations because it's on them to keep up with the technology. It's not on us. We're paying an annual subscription, and whatever that changes are, they keep up with. And if you become dissatisfied, we cancel the contract.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In your slide deck presentation, Vacaville, you quoted, I think, a 30+%. North of that 35% as a number of reduction in crime and criminal activity. And so, my focus goes right to that. If you've ever been a victim of a crime such as a car theft, which I have, and I lived in San Ramon years ago, my truck was stolen right out of my driveway in the middle of the night. And there's nothing more disconcerting than knowing that someone has taken your stuff. And just the mental anguish of that, it bothered me for months. And so I think about the victims in our own community of these various crimes that are going on. And so quantifying that number for our citizens who are experiencing, theft, auto theft, other types of crime, gunshots. I mean, one life saved, is that worth the $100 and something thousand a year if we can prevent a murder or prevent the mental anguish of having your personal items stolen? What's that worth? It's worth a lot. And so, again, coming back to Vacaville as one example, quantifying that number, now again, Vacaville is 80,000 plus size community. It's larger than Oroville. But, if we're saving our citizenry 300, 400, 500,000 in auto thefts, then to me, that's well worth the price tag because they deserve that. We owe them that. So I think that's a big part of the equation. And then the other part is, and I don't know if Josh Thomas, I believe, who's doing the presentation, if there's been any study or reduction from insurance companies, because I know that our insurance costs are based on zip code, auto insurance. So if a city is demonstrating that we've had a 35% reduction in auto theft, I would think that would play into perhaps even saving the folks, our constituents, real dollars, because that goes into the equation with the insurance companies as to real cost in communities. That's a hard cost. Replacing automobiles is huge. So it'd be interesting to know if there's been any demonstration, and or maybe that's something that's being talked about. So if in Oroville we deploy this technology, we see real hard numbers of a drop in crime rate, and where we're saving the citizenry the mental anguish and the invasion of their privacy when somebody takes your stuff. And then we're, really real dollars are being saved. I just see, I'm like Councilman Thompson. I'm in full agreement. I think, again, if we can quantify this, if the data is there to support that it's doing all these things and more, and AI is coming to a town near you. As long as the AI doesn't use this technology to cancel all of us, if you're watching Elon Musk, but that being barring that kind of the Terminator, I'll be back scenario.
Skynet.
I think that this is a wonderful opportunity that could certainly be a benefit to all of us. So I have a couple of questions in there, and maybe that can be answered.
Josh, do you have any information about any communities that you're aware of that have experienced any sort of automobile insurance decreases because of the flock system being available in that community?
I don't know any offhand. It's one of those that we've heard those ideas, and I really do think it's a great idea. We have not pursued it. I'm not familiar with any other cities that have also, but I think it's a fantastic idea.
And I think that, automobile theft is, it's an easy thing to discuss when you're discussing these types of cameras. But I think it's important that we understand that, when someone's automobile is stolen, it's not only just the automobile that's stolen, their ability to move around, their ability to go to work, their ability to earn has been affected, especially in a small community such as ours, this semi-rural, where public transportation isn't as readily available as other places. It's very devastating for someone to lose their car. So it's, the quicker we can get that back to them, the better.
Just to add, and I've personally had my home burglarized. I've had my vehicle stolen, none of which were in this community. It was in other communities where I lived in the past. And the mental anguish, if anybody's ever been the victim of a crime like that, it's tormenting. It really is. So just to save folks the mental anguish, if it's 35%, and that's a real number, it's worth it.
Thank you.
Councilman Riggs.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
My question was for Josh. I was wondering if you have, and this was in response to Councilwoman Johnstone's question. Darn it. I'll convey it to her later. Do you have a percentage of the number of communities that persist with a contract past the 2-year mark? That's a good indicator of the success or level of satisfaction from governing bodies.
Yeah, so we work with over 3,000 cities around the country. I believe in the history of our company, I think we've had 2 cities ever not renew their contract. Almost every other city has renewed or extended.
Great. You missed it. Thank you. I'll get her up to speed.
Councilman Weber.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for both Josh and possibly you, Chief Legrone. Kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Goodson was talking about, what are the prohibitive or preventative measures in place? For instance, like when at the operator level, is there logins, personal ID? Are there built-in security mechanisms? Are there built-in alarms when potential abuse is detected by somebody that may be trying to do exactly?
The internal, yes, you would have to log into it. You have to identify who you are. You're a user. And then when you're logged into the system, in order to do the things that, to search the database, you need a case number, which would be an example of case numbers we use are typically the year. So this year would be 23. First case number would be 1, or 0001 or 0, it would be something to that effect. So you have to include that in there, and what is the reason for that? Gotcha. So that would be in there. So then when we would run an audit, if we see that subscriber ABC123 has been randomly running things, now we have an issue with ABC123. Why are you running things? And that becomes a personnel issue at that point.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. You, when you were giving your presentation, you said that this is essentially be like another set of eyes. But at one point, you had mentioned that there would be 40 cameras looking both directions. So my interpretation of that would be essentially it's 80 sets of eyes working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, adding a huge increase to your ability to do your job. It sounds like this will dramatically increase police department service and capabilities. This is a technological tool for the police department's toolbox. The more tools we give you, the better you'll be able to do your job. The better you do your job, the better you can serve our constituents. So it's to me, this just sounds like a slam dunk, no-brainer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And we have Councilwoman Goodson.
Yes, I'm curious because research also shows that there are cities that have tried this out on a probationary period of 1 year as opposed to 2 years. And within that year, they were able to weigh the measurable outcomes. So why the 2-year limit? Mr. Thomas?
That's where we typically start having these discussions are around the 2-year contract. It's a way that we can kind of secure pricing for that amount of time. As you mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier up there, technology is always advancing. We want to make sure that your city always has the most up-to-date hardware and software. And so all the software improvements come with those contract terms. And so that's how we can guarantee the best pricing for you is to lock in that 2-year rate. If you do it year to year, yes, we could be subject to a price change after 1 year.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Councilwoman Johnstone.
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you. Real quick, 2 questions. Can you offer any information on why the 2 cities that did not consider moving forward with you guys, what were their reasons given, if you're able to offer that?
I'd have to go back and review the actual reasons for that. I believe that there are, one example was, I think they only used 2 cameras. And so they were not able to see the efficacy of those devices. And I don't recall the other reason. So I'll have to go back and review the situation. But it came down to not being able to utilize the full potential of the system by only utilizing a small number of devices is the one that I remember.
Okay, thank you. And then 2, would there be a cost savings incentive to do more than 2 years as far as the contract goes? Like if we find that it's successful for our police department, is there option to maybe have a 3 or 4 year contract? Is it cost savings, or is it just, it is what it is?
The longer you want to make the contract, the more we would accept that. So we'd be happy for that. But yeah, let me go back and talk to our sales team. I actually don't know the full details of that. So there's a guy named Kyle who works on this contract. I can talk to him and I can find out the exact details of what the pricing structure could look like if you were to do a longer term deal.
Would you check with him for us, Josh, and find out how long we'd have to enter into this contract in order for it to be free?
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this question. It just keeps rolling around the back of my head in relation to what happened this past weekend in another community where a wrong address was given and police showed up at the wrong door, and a tragedy happened where people unfortunately lost their life because officers were at the wrong address. So when it comes to mistakes, because all equipment makes mistakes. So one, do you do specific policy and or training? Does FLOC provide that for our law enforcement? Because in that, unlikely but possible situation where that system has misidentified a vehicle or someone that, you're thinking that you're pursuing someone that's, a real bad person, but it's just, misidentified, and it's my grandfather.
I can answer
and
that
so,
for you.
what does that look like? Just, I think, to help alleviate any concerns with, you guys are, running around town chasing all these license plates down and,
Sure.
That kind of scenario.
There's any sort of enforcement stop that we put up on a vehicle because of it's been entered as on the hot sheet into the system wouldn't be a failure of the software. It'd be a failure of misinformation being put into the system. The system works based upon gathering the information, and then the information has to be identified and verified. What I mean by that, say hypothetically, it identifies as, I'm driving around in my, Bill's hot rod. That's my license plate. And, the system alerts, hey, Bill's hot rod's been stolen, and so it sends the cops out there. It's on the police officer when they get to that point where they are overtaking the vehicle or conducting the felony stop on the vehicle, they verify that that's the plate. I mean, they're going to run that plate, make sure that that is the plate that we're looking for, and that is the vehicle that is there. So it wouldn't be a failure of the technology so much. The technology really can't skew it. It's only as good as what's put into it. So we have to make sure that, that's on us to make sure that good information is put in so it will produce good results when we're doing things like that. But then there's a second layer of verification when the interaction between the, whatever the vehicle, whatever the reason is for that, and the law enforcement occurs.
Yeah, okay, well, that's important, I think, because, when you're getting information, you're in pursuit of a nefarious person, there's different dynamics that do happen there, so it'd be just good to know that our law enforcement has some specific training to kind of cope with that, a new layer of a mechanism. I was just ironically watching a piece on our military where we inadvertently shot down an Iranian passenger jet, and in that data, in that research, what they found was that that fear, because of perception, led to some, mistakes that our military made in that particular event. So I'm just thinking it's a new technology, new dynamics that are being presented to our law enforcement. I think it's great. It's a tool, but just ensuring that there's some additional policy and or training that goes along with that. So we're just not making that inadvertent assumption, which I think that's the human element that I think you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Goodson?
Yes, this is a question for Josh. Is your group in the process of increasing the accuracy rate? Right now it's at 90%, but if I did not know who my father was, I would certainly, with the paternity study, I would want it to be at least 99.9% sure. But can we, what are you doing to boost that accuracy rate?
So we have a team of machine learning engineers, and they're the ones who are constantly working to evolve those models to help improve the accuracy rate. I think thinking about it as purely accuracy isn't the most helpful terms to consider. There's two different variables there. One's called recall and one's called precision. What those two things are doing is one is determining whether or not it was an actual gunshot and not the backfire of a vehicle or a firework going off. So that is one series of this, is to identify, was it actually a gunshot? And then the second one is, there could be lots of loud noises in the world, and we want to make sure that we hear them all, and then compare that down to say, of those loud noises, which ones were the gunshots? So there's two different levels of accuracy. One is identifying all the loud sounds, and that's what we call the recall, and one is precision, which is what specifically was the gunshot. And so when you take those two different factors together, that's where we come up with a 90% accuracy rate. And yes, to your question, we are constantly improving that. So 6 months ago, this was at 82%. So we're now at 90%. The goal for us is to get to that threshold that you're describing, which is above 99%. I doubt we'll ever get to fully 100% reliability, but above 99% is what we are aiming for. And we continuously see those sort of improvements.
Thank you.
I have a suspicion code enforcement might have something to weigh in there, as it could be used for code enforcement.
I just have a question for Josh. We have a state highway that runs through our city. You guys, your company will deal with all the permitting and encroachment issues with the state highway, right?
Correct. That is included in this.
Okay.
Correct.
And then additionally, if we should have an issue, we have individuals that like to illegally dump all over our city in certain areas. I know where some of the cameras will be placed. We can relay that information to law enforcement, and then they can look for information or leads to who's doing that, right?
Yeah, that would be a different and unique use for the system, but yes, it could be.
Right. Do we have any public comment for this item?
Mr. Mayor, I have two speakers. Our first speaker is Bill Spear.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Yeah, I'm in favor of this. We just had the citizens vote in Measure U for public safety. And then we just had an election also, and the number one issue in Oroville was public safety. Trying to get the police staffed and finding candidates. They're talking about hiring security guards. I'd say it's a lot better option. And we've recently had some catalytic converters stolen. When I heard that, the people doing that need to be caught. And if this helps, it costs $1,000 at least if your catalytic converter gets stolen. For the average person, that's a lot of money, and it's hard to get the repairs and to get life going again. We've also had 3 vehicles stolen within the last 6 months. And whatever we can do to help the police do their job better, I think that we should. I think this is an easy fix to help empower them. I think it's a valuable thing. And prayerfully, we can find a whole bunch more things to do to help increase our public safety. So I hope we pass it and get it. And the 2-year contract's an awesome thing if it ain't working. But I have the feeling that it's going to work, and it's going to make it easier for them to do their job and to catch the people who are stealing the catalytic converters or the cars or shooting their guns. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who's the other? Yeah.
Our next speaker is Shara Sheard.
No, you can come right there.
I just wanted to speak absolutely in favor of these. It's just another tool that we can put in our police department's, little satchel of tools. And nothing is ever going to be perfect. I have worked in technology, I've worked in risk and compliance, and nothing is ever going to completely diminish that risk. And that all you can do is mitigate it and just slow, how do you say it? Slow the water coming out of the fire hydrant. That's all you can do. It's just mitigate the risk here. And if that is going to help, I have been a victim of an attempted home invasion here in Oroville. And it was almost the scariest time of my life. I almost had to be calling the real estate agent, but it was our cameras. I was able to pull up my Ring cameras, and the officers are going, okay, we know who this is. We know what this looks like. You're not in any danger. Didn't really feel like that, but these cameras are helping. So the city has the money. We have these Measure U money. This is what it was for. We're not asking anybody to write a personal check here for the citizens. We have the money. Please, let's just spend it where it seems so needed. And you hear people talking about their safety. being probably like their number one concern, this is going to help. This is really, really going to help the citizens feel safer. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that is the last of the public speakers on this item.
Thank you. Josh, I'm guessing you're in a different time zone than us. I want to thank you for your time and effort to be here, and your presentation was well received. Do we have any other council questions? We've got a good amount of debate. I would entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve this contract.
I'll second
that.
Is that with or without the
Oh.
services?
With
With services?
full package.
How's the second go? Does the second agree?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with this listing packages. Anyone have a question under the motion? I call for the vote.
Motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you all. A good discussion, a good debate. The time has taken us past the hour, so I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll be back in here at 6:15.
Discussion doesn't go.
Schedule sale. Sometimes he just keeps running.
Does the game start?
I can pull it down.
You kidding?
My son's playing baseball right now.
Oh, okay.
Sucks, but this will make things better, hopefully. Got to just to see.
Yeah, so many pros and cons of this in different cities and they, so 0.3% success rate.
What if we had that, we'd pull the plug after 2 years.
That's
a
why
public
you know, 2 years versus 1 year.
Got
1 year, you ought to be able to figure out.
And
is
then the
this
other one on
anything
regular
else.
business. Be fast, that's the
Utilizing the
MOU.
tool.
Gosh, it's a lot of high maintenance.
And the paver, which is approved, basically, and then
Too bad, I didn't think of that.
my consultants real fast.
Different cloth.
Did he tell you about my?
You know what? It's probably because in 4 months I've been working on 4 different grants, and it's been crunch time, Homeland Security. So we've been like passing in the night, doing improvements on our church, Oroville Rescue Mission. So if I no, no, but tell me.
Hey there, Miss Natalie, how are you? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Promote business.
Uh-huh.
Glad I tried to get in that, and I just couldn't get into the deal. It's not like right, I know.
Collaborating together instead of just silos operating independently.
You.
You're there, though.
You know,
Yeah.
having a chamber.
It's like Alicia, what's your name, Huffman? They have a discounted warehouse. All types
But it
of
would be,
materials.
so there would
okay?
be a Christianity.
Okay.
But the
But
second,
it's for
the second is a
Oh,
so small churches that
sure.
1%.
Absolutely.
1%. Just goes in the wash. Yes. David was like,
Oh, yeah.
get a kitty for paint, and then you can go where you discount this, we got that guy that painted, that guy over here. So all the ships, the tide.
No,
right?
one book, yeah. That would really help because I spent a lot of time looking for grants to provide the improvements. But if we can, I like that idea.
Goes towards outreach and care.
When are you going to shore up this proposal?
This is just crazy right now. After this.
After the, I call it a revival.
Yeah. Then because I have an attorney, the Christian faith-based attorney that does this kind of stuff, to start putting paperwork together, we'll present it and say, hey, this is. Live way past us and just benefit.
Absolutely. Good idea.
Catch on other places.
Thanks
too.
for sharing that. Most segregated place on a Sunday. How are we?
We're about
Good
ready to
time.
go.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're 2 minutes.
Okay, let's call back to order, please. Appreciate the rest time. Appreciate the discussion. That was item one. We got a lot more to go. All right, we're back to public communication, hearing of non-agenda items. Anyone here have a non-agenda item they'd like to have their 3 minutes worth?
Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker, Bill Spear.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, here to share a verse and a prayer. Verse is Proverbs 22:6, says, "Raise a child up in the way they should go, and when they're older, they will not depart from it." We're getting ready for a youth event downtown Oroville next weekend. It's going to be going into Las Plumas High School and some of the elementary schools, and trying to reach our youth. It's going to be at the Municipal Auditorium. And, we're really blessed in Oroville. We have a really awesome principal at Las Plumas, Dr. Lamar Collins, who's really reaching the kids and making an impact. And I hear he's putting his hat in for superintendent, and maybe we as the city council could send a letter of endorsement. I think it would really make a difference into our youth. If we want to change our city, we got to focus on our youth. And so I'm here tonight to pray with you all for our youth and for our event. Father, we thank you for your word and the promises of your word. And Lord, we pray for our kids. We pray for the teachers, that you would give them wisdom, that you would use them to raise our children upright. We pray for all the youth groups and all the coaches and all of the people who pour into them. And we pray for your wisdom and your guidance, your direction, your kingdom come, your will be done for this event and all of the churches who are coming together to work together. And we pray that this would just be a start, that we would continue to work together, continue to be the body of Christ, active, changing our city from the bottom up, from the youngest to the oldest, from the housed to the homeless, that you would that no one would be left out. And we thank you for Dr. Collins and bringing him to Oroville. We thank you for all the awesome people that you continue to bring to Oroville, for this army that you're raising up. And Lord, I just pray that you would activate us, activate all the churches, activate all of the service organizations, activate all of the people of Oroville. Let us raise up to do what you have called us to do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Mayor, that is the only public speaker for this item.
Consent agenda. We have item number 1 been pulled and will be presented at the next meeting. A technical issue with item number 1. Entertain a motion for the consent agenda. I didn't hear anybody else pulling the item, so.
A motion that we approve the consent agenda, removing item number 1.
Second.
Let's call for the vote, please.
Motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
So noted. We got 5 items down. Okay. All right. Regular business. Item number 7. Consider entering into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the City of Biggs, Chico, Gridley, Paradise, and Butte County for SB 1383 edible food recovery regulatory requirements. Ms. Nevers, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll try to keep it brief because I know we do have a long agenda this evening. But first, I wanted to take just a minute to introduce our recycling coordinator, our consulting recycling coordinator, Jennifer Arbuckle, and then our new recycling coordinator, Victoria Padilla. Jennifer Arbuckle has been really an essential part of why the city is in compliance with our SB 1382 requirements. She's kept us on the straight and narrow. And so, so I just wanted to extend a thank you to her. Victoria's been here for about a month now, and she's doing a phenomenal job. They both have been working very closely with Recology and keeping them in compliance so that we are the good kids in the state. So with that, just a big thank you to them. Again, this is a request to authorize the city administrator to sign an MOU between the cities of Biggs, Gridley, Chico, Paradise, and the County of Butte to meet the edible food recovery regulatory requirements under SB 1382. To meet the mandated statewide goal, the law does require each jurisdiction in California to establish and monitor food recovery programs. The SB 1382 places commercial edible food generators into 2 tiers. And this allows for businesses and jurisdictions time to expand and to build new food recovery infrastructure and capacity to meet those requirements for donated food. The MOU is between all jurisdictions, as we said, to manage, and it is managed under our Edible Food Recovery Working Group that's been developed amongst those agencies. The intent of this MOU is to strengthen the local food recovery effort while seeking funding and supporting the other local food recovery programs. The 530 Food Rescue Coalition, or FRC, it was established through a collaborative effort between the Community Action Agency of Butte County and the Center for Healthy Communities from Chico State. And the 530 FRC project focuses on that edible food recovery, which is the diversion of edible food from the landfills to the nonprofits for distribution to those in need. The FRC Food Recovery Project was created specifically for Butte County to comply with the SB 1383 requirements for edible food recovery and distribution. Under SB 1383, the cities are required to help connect food generators with local organizations, track the donations, and to enforce the mandates under SB 1383. Providing the funding to ensure the 530 Food Hero Rescue Coalition remains a permanent part of our jurisdictions. For local food recovery, the responsibility of that financial obligation falls on all of these jurisdictions. The cost of jurisdictional participation in the recovery program is allocated according to the Department of Finance numbers for the population of each jurisdiction. The purpose of the the proposed budget for the first year of the program is $367,000. And that would be a 9% of that budget allocated to Oroville for $34,338, which is commensurate with the city's population numbers. And the budget will cover a program manager, capacity grants to assist with that food recovery, as well as lead jurisdiction funding. You'll see on page 99 of your agenda packet is attachment B, and that breaks down those numbers between all the jurisdictions. As the city's population grows in the future, so will the budget allocations, and they'll be adjusted accordingly as necessary. This MOU works to create an equitable, economical, and effective means by which all these jurisdictions can work together to meet those SB 1383 edible food recovery requirements. The fiscal impact for this, again, is $34,000. The city currently receives substantial funding from Recology for the franchise fees and the host fee. And so we would like to budget that in this next fiscal year budget, as well as request authorization to enter into this MOU. With that, I'll open up for any questions.
Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. I just wanted to share anecdotally that the Axiom Youth Center has utilized this service before and has shared that the process and the being able to receive that food was really helpful. However, there isn't a lot available because it isn't fully implemented in Oroville. So just wanted to give a little insight of like, there really is edible food that our young people, our community can and should have access to. And so this is a great mechanism to achieve that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilman Goodson.
Yes, and thank you because you read my mind. I was wondering who had access and who this food would be made available to. So you mentioned Axiom. Do you have other organizations that could benefit from this?
So it
in
will go
our-
to the food banks.
Well, that's,
And it's for those who are below the 200 percentile of the federal poverty level. So it's for those who are at that lower end of the poverty level. And pretty much what the app does is that as a grocery store or another retailer, say Costco, even has food that is left over, and they call out on the app that they have a pallet of food to pick up. A volunteer goes and picks up that food and delivers it to that local food bank who will be participating in the pickup program, or the receival program, excuse me. And so it's just all by app. They're
and it's criteria and expiration and everything?
Yes, it's based on criteria
Okay.
for that food. Mhm.
Okay.
So.
I know, you're looking at me and
I
my
can see your
wheels are-
processing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I'm going to throw this out.
Okay.
Institutions, schools, county jails.
Yes, so those would all be in the tier 1, or excuse me, tier 2 bracket for that. And so we work with the school district, or the coalition works with the school district to receive their food and whatever's left over and provide that to those who receive those donations, the rescue mission, and others.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from council? Do we have any speakers on this?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any speakers on this item.
Okay. Well,
I motion that we approve the MOU agreement with the City of Biggs, Chico, Gridley, Paradise, and Butte County for SB 1383 edible food recovery regulatory requirements.
Second. Good
any
job.
question
Thank
on
you.
the motion? Call the vote, please.
Motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
All right. Good. Next item is number 9. Authorization to purchase one Salsco TP-44 mini asphalt paver.
Say that 3 times fast.
I did good.
Yes, again, hello. This is a request by council members Johnstone and Weber for the council to approve the purchase of the one Salsco TP-44 mini asphalt paver to aid in the efficiency of small paving repair projects in the amount of $69,465.25, and the surplus of the existing 1988 Malden paver. With an increased need for street repairs and currently enough of a staffing level to operate this paver, staff is also requesting in unison with our council members for the purchase of this item. This was not budgeted in the 22-23 fiscal year. However, the summer months are coming, and we feel that it would be prudent of staff to take advantage of this piece of equipment because it currently only has a 90-day build time. So we, if approved this evening, could potentially receive it by July, August, which is in the prime time of our paving season. The mini asphalt paver is designed for service and maintenance jobs with a 6-inch to a 7-foot wide paving width increased for increased productivity. Staff anticipates using this paver 20 to 30 days out of our paving window for the year, which is pretty substantial. They can get quite a few projects done. This will be one prong of a 3-pronged approach. And what I mean by that is this first prong would include smaller projects like potholes, the small paving projects, striping, and those would all be under a $60,000 threshold. The second prong would be projects under $200,000. And these projects would be procured under an informal bidding process for applicants that are qualified under our Uniform Construction Cost Accounting Act that was previously approved by this council this last year in August, I believe. Any project that would exceed that $200,000 would be that third prong, and that would go out for a formal bidding process under the Public Construction Contract Code. Staff is also requesting, again, council's approval to surplus the 1988 Malden paver. Currently, the parts are difficult to come by, and the cost to fix it far exceeds the cost of the paver itself. So for the funding for this mini paver would be available with a budget adjustment in the 22-23 fiscal year through the capital asset replacement budget or fund. And what the price of the paver is $63,150, but we anticipate an increase, as we have seen time and time again. So we added a 10% contingency for that, anticipating there might be an increase. We don't have to come back and ask for additional approval. So with that, are there any questions for this item?
Councilman Goodson is on the queue.
Thanks, Dawn. You know, I was just thinking of, you know, ideally it would be great to have a city where all these, the paving would be done, right, timely. And so currently we do have a backlog of projects, and I'm just wondering, what would those timelines be? And when you manufacture in, if we were to purchase this, just how soon would the citizens be seeing vast improvements?
So vast improvements would fall under that third tier, and that would be for projects that are anticipated to be over the $200,000 limit. And that's because under the public contract code, anything over that dollar amount, and it's the public contract code in partnership with the Uniform Construction Cost Accounting Act, we legally are required to put those larger projects out to bid. A municipality cannot serve as its own paving company. So we cannot do larger stretches of roadway. We can only complete minor repairs or damages. So the larger paving list, our engineering department, in partnership with our Public Works Department, has put together a 5-year capital improvement plan. And it is a pretty robust plan for the community. We have 15 projects currently in with our contract engineers being designed so that those can go out for RFP and be completed. We have a few projects going this year, and we anticipate a very large list for the 24-25 fiscal year paving season.
And may I add to that, Miss?
Please.
I just want to say, I want to reiterate the philosophy here. It is, I think, I'm not sure if it's necessarily a shift, but getting a piece of equipment such as this will enable the department to be more nimble on some, again, it's under $60,000, so it's going to be smaller jobs, but I think there's going to be enough smaller jobs throughout the community, so it'll be more visible.
Big difference.
To Don's point, the big projects, again, those are significant engineer and environmental, and there's a ton of processes you have to go through for those. But I think with this, and then with the getting other contractors, I call it on retainer, so to speak, but available, ready to go, to also help attack some of these other smaller ones up to 200,000 is going to really make a difference. So I'm always optimistic. So I'm thinking we're going to be seeing some changes here this summer.
So is there any concerns about training and the, I'll just put it like, lack of manpower for the local smaller jobs? Is there any concerns?
This piece of equipment actually is fairly easy to use, and that was why we had chosen this one, because it's pretty much a hop on, pull some levers, and drive. It's not
I
fully
could do it.
electronic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I will be testing it out in the corporation yard parking lot, not gonna lie. But
right.
yes, it is a fairly simple piece of equipment to use that we can train all of our street staff on it, and they
Okay.
all can learn
Good.
the paving techniques.
Okay, great.
Can I add one more comment too?
It's kid-friendly.
If I'd like to add that this item, we had another item just before, earlier today talking about the flock system, and I know we have another item coming up. And I just want to stress, customarily, big ticket purchases like this would be the most ideal circumstance to go with that is through the budget process. I'll just put that out there. But we're not in ideal situations right now. Obviously, we have needs. The council established some goals and priorities a couple of weeks ago, and these things are all checking those boxes. So the public safety, the road issues, capital equipment, I know we're going to talk fire here in a little bit. Those are all needs for this community needs, and they've been lacking for a number of years. And to the credit of the community, they passed a measure which is putting us in a position right now to be able to do these. We're not always going to be able to do these, so that's why I want to use, I guess, exercise this a little bit of caution. But I do support this item. But in the perfect world, we want to make sure we look at things holistically, because in my short time here, there's and you've heard these already, pension obligations, right? Unfunded pension liability. We have other capital asset needs. We have a comp study that's in place. We have, let's see, there was 4 of them that I had on my list. Where is it? Staffing needs. You know, we've talked about staffing and meeting the expectations of customer service for our constituents. So there's other needs out there too. But we do, as I mentioned earlier, we do have some one-time monies in this year's budget that would be able to address these. But again, I just wouldn't make it a practice to do it in this manner. I'll just put it out there.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, you bet.
I'm up next on the queue, and the first comment I want to make is I've heard a couple of instances where the public works crew has went out to pour concrete and do repairs on the sidewalk, and it was an early morning event with the concrete truck, and they actually, the night before, contacted the residents and let them know they're going to be there the next morning. I want to say that's a great customer service. I just want to offer that compliment. I've heard it in numerous places, so good attaboy to the crew. And I'll go with, as an experienced councilman, big purchase ticket items we like to see in the budget picture, because then we can look at, are we in fact buying something and then laying people off the next day? And that's my caution to this, but at the same time, you know, the council did set a series of priorities. This fits the priorities, and we have the funding. So I'm in support of the idea. I think it's great. It's not the normal way that we should do it, but it works fine. I got no problem with that. The one thing I wanted to mention, this looks like it needs to be on a trailer. Do we have a trailer to carry it?
We do have a trailer. I don't know specifically which one it is, but yes, we do have a trailer to
Okay,
carry
I
it.
just want to make sure we have that in place. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Councilman Weber's next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Roads, and more roads. That's what we all hear about, you know. This 3-tiered service capability that we're looking at doing is going to be excellent for the lowest low-level projects, you know, the potholes. And this will also help us eliminate the cold patch that we're currently using. You know, I mean, we'll have to use some sort of patching mechanism, but, you know, we'll be able to do actual repairs. So the question that you asked, Councilmember Goodson, was the capability. And I went toward the courtyard and with Wade, and I looked at every single piece of equipment that they have, and he showed me every attachment that they have for that cool skid steer that the previous council bought him. And he's got some awesome stuff, a grinder. He could do some simple stuff, you know, like 2-inch grinding, simple overlays. But this here is a very easy piece of equipment to use. And matter of fact, I used to work with Brian, who works for Public Works, years ago, about 23 years ago, over at DNS Asphalt. Him and I paved together. That's how I have a little bit of working knowledge of paving. So Brian will, and this is who I believe Wade is going to task to do a lot of the paving, and he is, I wouldn't say he's, you know, a journeyman paver, but he's definitely a guy that knows how to, you know, operate. So I think, so to put a little bit, you know, further.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. You know, he's a good man. He's a hard worker, and I'm sure he'll do a fine job. And
Absolutely.
this is going to greatly expand our capability to be swift and strike fast in our abilities to service our constituents. You know, I like the idea of also where well, and Council Member Johnstone and I talked about this in great detail about developing the plan similar to our trees, right? Like how do we put an RFP out, and then hopefully we get some local for that next level, that's tier 2 service.
Yes.
You know, of local contractors. I could think of 3 at least that I think would qualify. I don't know, but I believe it's Indian Head Enterprises, DNS, and then Fairbanks.
Yep.
So I actually went to Fairbanks on 5th Avenue, and I talked to Mark, and I looked at the equipment that we're purchasing, although it's an older model, and I seen it, and it's a super simple system, and it would not be hard to master it at all. Not even a little bit. And you're right, up to 7 foot wide, I think the capabilities of it are 350, up to 350 ton a day, which is quite a bit. But this is gonna be instrumental in us attacking, like, I'm gonna use the example of like the right-hand lane right in front of, Rite Aid. Just this side of we own Oradam West at that point, basically from the sidewalk, right? And, that right-hand lane is destroyed. It doesn't need a simple overlay. What that needs is to be saw cut, pulled out, do whatever, subgrade work that we need to do, and then do an overlay. We could do it with this.
Yes.
Fast.
Yes.
And so hopefully with this three-tiered service plan, we could see Public Works doing what they could do, mid-level contractors doing what they could do, and then the larger jobs that require curb gutter, sidewalk, engineering, ADA compliancy, wheelchair ramps, all that stuff for the biggest stuff.
Absolutely.
And the idea here is that we could ultimately see paving projects everywhere, all around the city. And that way we give our constituents a huge bang for their buck. And this purchase would definitely fall under public safety, in my opinion. As a side note, my wife and children and I took just a family trip this weekend, and we went up to Red Bluff, and I could not believe the conditions of the roads up there. Like, it was like wow,
Yeah.
And and Chico too. I work at Chico all the time. Chico has its own unique issues. This is not a unique issue.
Can you
for
clarify that wow? Is that a good wow or a bad wow?
No, thank you. It was a bad wow.
Okay.
It was a.
Yeah, that's true.
It was so bad that I was going like 12 miles an hour in a 25. It was like cratered. It was
Yeah.
crazy, and it was a main road. So, so this is an issue that's everywhere, is what I'm
Right.
saying. So, I don't care how we got here. I don't care how our roads got here, because when I started first diving into this and talking to Councilmember Johnstone and trying to figure out how we got to the place we're at, I finally realized it doesn't matter how we got here. Let's get out of it. How do we get out of it?
Absolutely.
And so this plan is going to be, I think, vitally important to give our constituents the bang for the buck that they desire and deserve. So that's all I got.
Perfect.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did you avoid the road in the pothole?
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. I just want to give kudos to Councilman Weber for his insight and hard work in going down, talking to Wade, and looking into this. If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the plan for this came from Mr. Weber and his ideas and ingenuity. Maybe I'm,
No, it did.
yeah, just want to make sure we give credit where credit's due. So thank you for your hard work and thinking outside what's been normal.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to staff for listening. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to Councilmember Johnstone for jumping on with me. And thank you because I got to give credit where credit's due, because I had this idea of this approach of what we could do. But Brian approached me and said, we'll call it a three-tiered service plan, right? So I said, that's perfect. That's what, so this is a collaborative effort, and I think we're going to present a really good product to our constituents through it. I should have my bike out, I'm sorry.
Councilman Goodson, are you back in the queue?
Well, yes, I want to give kudos too. Since we're all thanking one another, well, I just want to thank the council in advance for the affirmative vote.
Okay.
No counting votes before the cast.
Councilman Riggs?
Thank you. I see that this is coming from the Capital Asset Replacement Fund. Do we know how much is available within that fund? Simply because it was talked about, well, we don't want to have to cut staff later. No, this is allocated somewhere.
It
in a
is
way.
available, and, well, we would be transferring money to that fund, but it would be available once transferred.
So there is not currently funds within that?
So within that fund is what is budgeted for the 22-23 fiscal year. Some of those pieces of equipment have been either not purchased, or we're waiting for a build slot, or they've been purchased and we're waiting for it to arrive. So whether it either gets paid for this fiscal year or it rolls over to the next fiscal year, there's leeway, but this transfer of funding to that account would help secure it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And if I may, and I'm looking over at Ruth too, because she's our fiscal expert, but I believe we put in 1.5 million in, is it capital asset at the beginning of this budget year?
So,
But
so it has been funded every year with 1.5 million from the district tax fund. But if all of the purchases that have been approved and put on the list, if all of them get here by the end of June, we'll have $755,000 left in that fund. So this will just be added into that list.
With that too, and if I assume we're going to approve this, I would like a presentation to the Oversight Committee too, just to
Certainly.
give them the heads up to what they're doing, so. Councilman Weber.
Yeah, I just got one last thing I'd like to say in a question. I think with this, working in conjunction with that striping machine we also purchased, this is going to be huge.
Absolutely.
You know, and so, did you want to speak on that?
I was just going to say, we'll see a big impact. This year, they'll be testing and training and fine tuning their efforts with it. Next year, we'll see our biggest impact with these pieces of equipment.
Absolutely. So, and the last thing I was going to ask about that, just, and forget, I hope this is inappropriate, but do you know when we're going to receive the striper? It's soon, right?
I keep asking, we
Okay.
keep requesting updates. It's being built, we just don't know when it'll be delivered, yeah.
All
As
right,
soon
thank
as,
you.
I will send out a cheerful email when we receive
All right.
it.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay. Weber, are you still in the queue, or are you done?
I am,
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Well, with no more public comment and council questions asked, I'll entertain a motion.
I motion to purchase that, you know what? You go ahead
No,
and,
it's fine.
no,
I'd be happy to second. I second.
All right, I'll mess it up. Authorize staff to purchase the Salsa mini asphalt paver.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilman Weber. Can we call the roll?
Just to clarify for the minutes that it's also to surplus
The
Yes.
1988.
The agenda
Malden
item
paving.
as presented, yeah.
motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Okay. Next item we have is number 10, and that's review of lease and purchase options for a Type 1 fire engine.
All right.
We have presenting.
You know, I'll kick it off while the chief is coming up to the podium. Just, again, this was a request from multiple council members, Councilmember Weber, Councilmember Thompson, Councilmember Riggs mentioned it. The last council meeting, I saw a lot of head nods. So I think there was a lot of desire to bring this item forward for discussion. So the item before you is I know the chief, they received a quote for the Type 1 engines. Within the quote, there is a purchase option, and then there's also a lease option. And within the lease option, there's 3 options. There's a 7, 10, and a 15-year. A lot of information to digest. There was a little bit of a sense of urgency with this item because the quote that was received expires, I believe, on April 28th. They've done additional work and secured an additional quote that expires, I believe, June 15th. So I just wanted to put it out there that obviously there's one quote that does expire in 10 days, but there's another quote that's still viable for another couple of months. And then I think I'm going to leave it at that right now. I have a few other comments I will add forth towards the end, but I'll turn it over to our chief to provide more information on the quotes.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Tonight, what you have in front of you is a review to lease of purchase options for a Type 1 fire engine. As you see in the staff report, April 4th, Councilmember Riggs, Thompson, and in the past, Mr. Weber's requested to see some numbers for a fire engine and some options to pay for it. One of them is a lease to own option. It's not a lease to return option, so it's a standard rental agreement or loan agreement with payments once a year of either 7 years, 10 years, or 15 years. And just kind of give it a little bit of history, there are 3 options. One is 4.85%, 7-year, 10-year, 4.89, and 15-year, 5.9%, and the payments fluctuate based upon that. But to give you a little bit of history to what got us here, the city owns and maintains 3 Type 1 fire engines, and those are our primary fire engines that are running the calls most of the time. They're the ones that are really out beating the streets nonstop all day, every day, 365 days a year, rain or shine. Our newest Type 1 engine is a 2009, and we have two of those that were purchased in 2009. And they've served the city well, done a good job. But with approximately 6,000 calls a year, they're really starting to show some wear and aging, and the downtime is significant with them. I can give an example. On a fire a couple weeks ago, the engine wouldn't go in a pump. They got it fixed, maintained, back into service, and then the ladder rack broke on it, and it's back out of service. And it's just, our engines are really starting to show wear. Engine 93 is our reserve engine. That's the one that we are requesting to replace, to pull that out of reserve status and one of our newer engines back into reserve status. And the new engine, if approved by council, would replace one of the frontline engines and kind of take that frontline position. And hopefully we can get some of our older engines into the shop and maintained a little bit longer. I think they'll do well, but our downtime is significant. Engine 93 has 81,000 miles on it, and that's our reserve engine. Engine 92 has 111,000 miles. That motor was rebuilt a couple years ago with a brand new crate motor, so the hours are a little bit lower on that one. Engine 91 is our primary engine. That one has 110,000 miles and 10,751 hours on the motor, and the head was rebuilt on that. So the problems that we're dealing with is they're just going down all the time. They're breaking on us. Our ladder truck's been in the shop for months. The last 3 commercial fires, we've had to use Gridleys. So we're in a situation where we really need to look at replacing our frontline equipment and allow our older engines to go in for that annual maintenance. And these engines, and I got to give credit to our mechanics, the city mechanics, constantly working on them. This is diligence. Our operators are constantly, they're being properly maintained. They're just being utilized a lot. And 91, 92 are the ones that we're looking to replace soon. Those are 2009s, as I said, which leaves a little bit of wiggle room to leave them in reserve status, so we don't need to get rid of them. They would still be utilized in a reserve status. So with that, I would open up any questions.
Yeah, if I may, just a few more comments. I think the average lifespan for one of these Type 1s is about 15 years, correct?
It's 10 years, then it would go into reserve status, and then another 10 years, 5 years in reserve status, I'm sorry.
So ultimately, I mean, obviously we have a 2000, we have 2 2009s, and our reserves at 2002.
Yep.
And lots of reasons, obviously, how we got to this point, but obviously the equipment that is necessary is hitting its end of life span, so to speak. So,
Correct.
Yeah. Councilman Goodson.
Yes, I'm just curious, and you can give me your opinion. What's the benefit of leasing one of these as opposed to purchasing outright?
I think, I spoke to one other jurisdiction because the chief gave me some information as we were deliberating over how to approach this, and if they have the resources, what they do, they've been buying them. Ultimately, depending on what the interest rate is, sometimes it might make more sense to go if it's an extremely low interest rate. If we're making more bang on our buck on our money in our own investments, then it would make more sense to do it the lease purchase, which is basically a loan. But at 5% interest, if we have the resources available, it would be my preference that we would use those resources and not get into a loan situation. But then, and Ruth and I have had many conversations about this, we start planning for our future, and instead of making a payment on a lease, we start making payment into a replacement capital equipment replacement fund. So in 10 years, 15 years,
Right.
the chief doesn't have to come here and say, we are hoping CDBG will fund this, or we're hoping we can find resources here. We want to put ourselves in a position down the road so we have those resources available. Not only replace this, but as Chief Legrone said earlier tonight, the Motorola equipment's has a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. So we have to be, if we could be more cognizant of saving for the future, that's going to be one of our goals as we look forward into the budget process. But so the long-winded story to answer to your question, if you have the resources available, I mean the lease payments are great if you can't afford it right now, but you're going to pay $200,000-$400,000 over the term of the lease.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that we're having this conversation because I was hoping to hear exactly what we heard tonight, like what would the options be? What would the interest rate be? And also for this to be a bit of a provocation for us to really start exploring what it's going to take to replace some of that aging equipment and then use the other equipment, maybe perhaps, out at the airport, perhaps if we expand services out to there or something like that, how we could, do something like that. So however we go tonight, I'm just glad that we're having this conversation because it's a conversation that needs to take place and move forward with. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is regarding the process for selecting this builder. What other builders were used or examined or considered in this process?
Yeah, so we currently have 3 other manufacturers that have built engines for us in the past. I won't name drop up here. I do have some rough numbers, but the manufacturer that we're looking at is very specific to our needs. So it would be hard to compare exactly what the Pierce engine versus, we'll just say the Ford or Chevy or Volkswagen, the other engine. There's things that Pierce offers that some of these other manufacturers don't.
So because of that, does it fall underneath like the single opportunity thing where we don't have to go out for bid and such?
Yeah, so that's, you bring up a great question because I had the same questions and we worked with this. So this quote came from oh gosh, what was the term that was used?
Piggyback.
It is a national cooperative.
Oh, national.
And what they do is they go out and they do the whole solicitation process and they've checked all those boxes. So this Pierce quote is the best price you're going to get on a Pierce engine. To your point, though, and I've had this same conversation with our chief, is that does the city need to have a Pierce engine? And not to say that the city should settle on its engines, but what would another quality manufacturer, another quote look like? And that's what I've been saying. I would just like to see 2 personally, just to compare the 2. But obviously, they both need to meet the city's needs because we do have some unique circumstances here where our engines are obviously most of the time they're on the road, but also we are in a more rural community. It's not, some of our engines need to have some versatility included on them that this one does in fact include. So it checks the box, it checks the box for the solicitation process, but we could get another quote, and that's where I was glad to hear we have another option if we wanted to wait until June 15th, just to get one other quote to compare to for comparative purposes, just to compare. That would be, I think, a prudent thing to do.
I think we have, you did get numbers, right?
I do have, would you like for me to stand up?
Yeah, please. So, quick introduction, Chief Reese, I'm sure you guys all know him. I set him in charge of the working group to spec a specific engine for the city of Oroville. So he comes with a wealth of knowledge, and he's spec'd engines before, but he's got those fine details that I don't have. So, please, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Isaac Reese. I am your Operations Section Battalion Chief for the Oroville City Fire Department. So to speak to what we're talking about here with one manufacturer versus another manufacturer, it's actually pretty simple. Pierce Fire Apparatus is the largest fire apparatus company on this planet. So with that, you get a few things. One, you get the manufacturer's reputation. You get the size of the company, and you get also their ability to service and back up their product. So it would be possible potentially that we find another fire engine that is similar, but it's not going to be a Pierce. So you may save a little bit of money on the front end, but I certainly don't think that you're going to save any money on the back end throughout the life of this piece of apparatus. This piece of apparatus, I designed this specifically to meet the needs of the city of Oroville, and I've done this before. So we did this with the current specification. That's a 2008 Smeal. We bought a set of twins. Aaron Copeland and I designed those specifically for the city of Oroville in 2008. They did very well. They've done very well for us. So probably the one question that I would have if I was you guys is, well, why not just go with SMEAL again, since you've already done this process specifically for the city of Oroville to meet our needs? The simple answer to that question is that SMEAL fire apparatus has been sold to another company, and they are no longer SMEAL fire apparatus. Since they've been sold, there have been numerous problems with the departments that are still running that particular name brand of fire apparatus. I can go get you as many quotes as the council would like, but it is not going to be the same piece of fire apparatus, and I would not suggest going with anything other than what I have designed and specified for those reasons. Can I clarify or answer anything else?
Councilman Goodson has, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So I say this with delicacy and respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
You had mentioned a couple of times that in the design, you were, the specificity was the city of Oroville, right?
Yes.
But as CAL FIRE, this engine is going to be going in surrounding areas. And so is it like built Ford tough?
That is part of my design process.
Okay.
Part of my design process was to understand that it will be leaving the city of Oroville
Yes.
For the state mission. So yes, ma'am, I've considered that, and I believe that I have built the best fire apparatus that we can buy that will serve the needs of not only the local mission, but additionally as the
Surrounding.
state mission.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
And while we
And I
are
know
CAL
you
FIRE,
did.
we still serve the city of Oroville.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smith.
There are times when elevations are an issue, turnaround, a lot of that. And so we do have in Oroville, because of our, connection with the wildland, certainly I think that would still certainly be a consideration. So when you're talking about that particular need, I would assume that that's the part of that consideration. The grade, I know that fire trucks sometimes can have issues with grades and those types of things, so I would assume that this particular apparatus hits all those quality marks. That being said, onto the agenda, we have the word "and" as opposed to "or" when it comes to lease or purchase. So what are we looking for here tonight? Because I'm hearing that for direction and/or to make a motion to purchase, I don't think, given the conversation about the cost of leasing versus purchase, it makes more sense for us to go ahead and move towards a purchase of this particular equipment. And so is that what we're looking for here tonight, is to go ahead and?
I would need to refer that to Chief Dents.
Okay.
If there's
I
any
would like to-
questions about the apparatus specifically.
Because I'd like to let's just do it. Let's just make a motion tonight and purchase this thing. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, so we just wanted to present options.
Okay.
We just wanted to give a couple options. So there's obviously the option to just pay for it outright, and there's an option to lease to own the vehicle.
Because, typically, as I think was already shared, you lease, you look at the cost of money, right? And I was sharing with our administrator earlier today that, if you get 2% loan and we're making 5% on the 10 million in the bank, hey, let's use somebody else's money. Probably not the situation and the times we're in. So it makes a whole lot more sense just to purchase outright and start, as I think the mayor has suggested, or someone suggested, that we start saving towards those eventualities. So that makes a whole lot of sense. But I'd just like to, let's just get it done. Let's do it.
I
No
can't
time like
add
the present.
that Mr. Ring and myself did mention to, the future plans are to prepare for this so that it's not such a sticker shock when we come up here. And unfortunately, we're a little bit behind on the apparatus needs, but moving forward, we are going to address those issues and concerns.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's, this is one of three right now that are pretty old. So this isn't the last conversation that's going to be had with regard to engines. It's going to be obviously discussed at length in the budget process and in the future, because again, if the council were to wish to proceed with this, again, this engine's going to be here in 2 to 3
2 years.
And the other part that just goes into my mind when you talk about equipment failing, and I can't think of nothing more tragic than having a piece of equipment your lives are depending on, and you're out there in the field and you're dealing with a real wildfire or, situation, all of a sudden that equipment fails. You're not only you're putting the public at risk, you're putting yourselves at risk, and to me, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So,
A new frontline piece of equipment would allow us to primarily, set our focuses elsewhere than keeping our engines in service.
I can't even imagine the public outcry if something failed and it cost lives or, I can't, I don't even want to go there. So I'm ready to, let's do it.
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. Just a basic questions for Ruth. What account does this come out of, and how much money is in that account in the spirit of Art Hatley?
Spirit of Art. That's a good one. So when we talked about funding this, we talked about, again, the district tax fund, because that's the most logical source of revenue for us right now. We have not spent it to its full potential. We have not been able to spend every dollar that's been budgeted. So it's been accumulating a little bit of fund balance. The fund balance we project at year end to be about 5.5 million. And of that, 3 of it's dedicated to roads. And let's see, other things that are approved on the agenda tonight will definitely decrease it. I'm not sure where it's going to end up year end. As I said, we thought maybe the capital projects probably aren't going to get all spent this year. But anyway, we were thinking that there might be 2.5 million fund balance that is unassigned. And of that, if you spend, I think it's 1.3 on this fire engine, then that will come out of fund balance.
Great. And just to clarify for those that maybe don't have the agenda in front of them, if we, in the notes, it says if we elect with the purchase option instead of the lease option, it will save the city $73,278.09.
And to add to that, we did remove a lot of the fluff off the engines. I talked to Chief Reese earlier. We removed.
Cushion seats.
No air conditioning.
No air conditioning. No water tank. No, just, some
Cup
diamond
holders.
plate. It'll have black wheels instead of aluminum wheels. Just, there's areas we can give, and then there's areas we can't give.
How much money are these things?
I believe it was up to 60,000 is what we were able to cut off it.
Just over 65,000.
Yeah. So a Packer motor versus a Cummins motor, there was a huge savings there. And I do need to backtrack on some of my words. It's not a motor that comes with less horsepower. It just doesn't come with the name Cummins. But it comes with a strong backing. Company's been around forever. They make a great motor. I feel confident with the decision. So that was 40,000 we were able to remove from it there, just going with a different motor.
What about the wheels?
Wheels, we went with black. There was some savings there. It actually looks pretty good. It doesn't, it doesn't bug us. We're just looking for, areas where we can save comfortably that's not going to affect the safety or longevity of the vehicle, but some things that just may, cosmetically be a little different.
Sure, I appreciate you looking at saving for our community. But just as a personal, I have pride in our city, and so something that's a flag vehicle like this, it's in parades and whatnot, I like it to look nice.
Right.
But
no,
if you say look
yeah.
black is fine, and I'm fine with that. But
Yeah.
so just to cut myself short, because my son's playing baseball right now, I'm all in favor of the purchase. So, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Riggs?
Thanks. So Ruth, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you right. It sounds like we have about $2.5 million fluid cash to make this purchase.
Yes.
And then my second question is also to you, Ruth, and then I've got one for you guys. My question is, so we are in the middle of the budget process. Do you see any benefit or risks with making a movement on this now compared to waiting and putting this through the general budget process?
I don't see the sense of urgency. I know that there's a quote that's going to expire, but there's been a pattern of our quotes not being honored anyway. So we've spent more than the quotes that have gone to council. Like all the police vehicles that we just purchased were all $5,600 more than our quote. So quotes aren't honored right now anyway. And in 3 years, I couldn't guarantee that this quote would still be good. So I don't see the sense of urgency of waiting a few months, if that's my personal opinion.
As our like chief financial officer, do you feel strongly about us making a decision now compared to putting it in the next year's budget?
No, because the money's there.
Okay.
And it's for public safety, and this is a perfect use of that money. I can go in front of the oversight committee and say, this is something that was purchased with that money, and it fits perfect, and I think they would be, approve of it. So, this I don't, it doesn't bother me at all.
Thank you. I think it's just important that we go back to what Mr. Ring was saying, and that, we do have a process, and it is important, beneficial for us to follow that process. Yeah?
I'll just say, if I may, we wouldn't be, we would be strongly opposing it if it weren't for those Measure U dollars that have been there, and for the purpose, obviously, that the citizens voted for and the priorities that you all set, it does align. If that balance was $500,000 or $1 million, I think we'd be having a different conversation. We wouldn't be in the same level of comfortableness, because then we are talking about, okay, then how's this going to impact the next year's budget? But given the fact that there is a little fund balance that has built up there, that put this council in a good position. Now, going forward, again, we're going to have to be very prudent and diligent and
Absolutely.
and use the process.
Thank you.
And wait, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. This one's very important.
Go
Is
for
it
it.
going to be red or yellow?
Would you like to see
So-
a picture of it? Or what it could look like?
Sure.
It will be red.
Thank you. That's all.
And-
That's good enough for me.
Fire engine red.
It will be red, and it will have a gray, like a dark gray top to it. The roof will be dark gray, but yeah, it'll be a darker red, and that's, we are looking to move the direction of red fire engines with future purchases. And the Type 6 that was on order, which I'll update later on, that's coming red as well.
Thank you.
I'm in the queue right this moment. I want to say too, I was on the first oversight committee meeting this year, and that's one of the things they were looking for, is this
Right.
particular item. So
gonna
I
say
think it
that.
will be well received on that oversight committee. Plus, I want to give credit to Isaac being innovative, as one that's probably purchased a couple dozen apparatus over the years. Having a hydraulic auxiliary pump of the CPK2 is a real innovative way to do it. Most of the fire engines of the past had a separate engine, so you have two engines, two pumps, and all that device. So having a hydraulically driven one is a good idea. I think it's nice technology. So I just want to add that from a technical. I don't want to get into a long discussion, because I could really take it until midnight easy in that topic. So I just want to give credit where credit's due, that it's an innovative idea what they put together here. So, Councilman Weber.
Thank you. What is the priority equipment that you need to buy? Is it the Type 1 or do you look for the ladder truck?
That's a tough question, but they're both pretty equal. But we're using our engines, way more frequently than we do our ladder truck. But we battle the same issues with the ladder truck that we do with the engines. It's been down in Oakdale, I think, actually, for probably close to a month. It's had the ladder taken. It's just constant maintenance. So on both sides, really, you just got to draw the hat. I think we plan for the ladder truck. It's more expensive. That's something that we put a little bit more thought into, and trying to plan to purchase and fund that. The engine is going to be way cheaper, about probably half the cost of a ladder truck. So, and we use them more. So the priority is the engine.
So is the build time the same on both apparatus?
The ladder truck's longer.
Okay. All right. And if it's the council's desire that we do this tonight, are you guys ready to pull the trigger on either one of those?
Yeah, so Chief Reese and working group have been working on it for months. The specifications were attached to the packet, so you can kind of see the detail that's gone into it. And these guys are sitting down, drawing out how they want the compartments to look, where they want the lights, and, all this stuff that's specific to meet the needs. It took probably close to 3 to 4 months to come up with it. So, yeah, they've definitely put their time in on it.
And if we could touch on that, the engine comments you were making before, and you said it's, what is the manufacturer of the engine?
Pierce.
Pierce? As opposed to what?
Smeal.
What, say that again?
Smeal,
Okay. And which one are you gonna go with?
Pierce.
Pierce. And that saves you what, 40 grand? Is that what you said?
There's not there's no,
Cummins is
Better.
yeah, it's the
Better.
motor that's saving. So instead of a Cummins
Yeah,
motor.
excuse me, forgive me, I was talking about the motor.
Okay, yeah, instead of the Cummins, we went with the Packer.
Okay.
motor. Same horsepower, great motor, comes with a better warranty. The only thing we did with that is make a good decision on a motor and save some money. I feel very confident with the decision.
Yep. And if we approve this, per our conversation before, you and I met, and we talked a little bit about this, would you be, and I know the answer to this already, but I would like to say it, I would like to see that Measure U sticker on it. You know, that you were-
Absolutely.
Yeah, that you were talking about. That way we could showcase to our constituents, like, look, this is what we're doing to give you the product you deserve.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's easy.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, with all due respect to the Measure U Committee, I chaired that this past year. Conversation after conversation, public safety was always at the forefront. And though this particular apparatus has not been presented to that committee, I think that within the structure of much conversation, I would think that there would be thumbs up with that. Of course, I can't speak for Measure U Committee, but I think we could, with confidence as a council, move forward tonight and respectfully, as the mayor has suggested, give this presentation to them specifically. But being on that committee, there's been lots of presentations or discussions, and always public safety is at the forefront. And this obviously fits, we're past due. So, again, I can't see there being any issue with or disrespect towards that particular committee. I think it would fit within their mandate, honestly, so.
Councilman Goodson.
Now, I have a couple of questions. One, what is the cost of the aluminum wheels?
It wasn't very much, was it?
It shouldn't be.
I believe the difference is $6,000 or $7,000. But if I can.
What works better with black?
And I can show you a
Hand us your phone. So,
I'd write it now.
What's
It's
the
not bad.
pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay, so see, I like bling, and
You like
Does
the
it have
prom?
it?
no,
No, it doesn't have the
it
prom.
doesn't. It doesn't have pop. Parade, there's no
I
pop.
designed this to be your workhorse, man.
It has modern pop.
Thank you. Looks good.
Oh gosh, men.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
I'm still on the-
okay, go.
That
go.
was just
All
my
right, let's go.
first. All right. So, to reiterate, the mayor had mentioned, and Vice Mayor had just mentioned the Citizens Advisory Committee. And I know that Pastor Spear, who is a part of that committee, and he was in attendance. So correct me if I'm wrong, but did we not feel that this was an agreeable item? Didn't we deem it as a necessary item? And to move forward on? Do we remember? Do any three of us remember? Because we were in that meeting.
Oh, I could say yes, because I remember the two members questioned why they hadn't heard about it before.
And that was.
Brian Flicker.
Brian Flicker was one. Perhaps Pastor Malone was the other.
think
But
it was,
seems like
yes, Malone,
we moved forward on that, even
Right.
though it wasn't an action that was voted on.
Okay.
And so then I have a personal question for you and Battalion Chief Reese. As opposed to the cost savings feature on the motor, would you personally opt for the Cummins as your number one choice?
Yeah, please do.
So the answer to the question with the power plant themselves is no. And the reason is because with Cummins, what you're essentially paying for is just the name Cummins. So the PACCAR is not necessarily well known in the fire apparatus world. It was Detroit and Cummins were kind of your two options for fire apparatus for about the last 50 years. Detroit has gone out of business as far as making fire apparatus. PACCAR kind of stepped in to fill that role to give Cummins some competition. PACCAR is actually a company that's been around for a very long time. They own Peterbilt. They own a couple of major equipment companies. They are a major corporation. They just haven't been building power plants for fire apparatus specifically for very long. But the PACCAR motor is actually mechanically, I think it's actually a better piece of equipment for what we're doing with it right now. I talked to San Jose Fire Department and I believe it's Vallejo Fire Department. I talked to some other battalion chiefs down there that are utilizing this power plant. They have both. They have both the Cummins and the PACCAR in their fleet. And the people that are operating these engines say that the PACCAR is hands down a better piece of equipment for fire apparatus. So it's $40,000 cheaper and it's a better performer. It's completely American made and it has a better warranty. So for those reasons, I would still go with the PACCAR motor.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You want the chrome wheels?
I would love those.
Okay, any more council questions? Do we have any public comments on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any public comments on this item.
Thank you. Then
Mr. Mayor, could I add one more thing? I'm sorry.
please do.
I just wanted to note the funding to equip the piece of apparatus. I did want to make mention of that. We do get a discount when we order it through the manufacturer when we order it. For all the equipment, I'm speaking of, hose, hand tools, extrication equipment, an assortment of different tools to outfit the piece of equipment. We get it at a discounted rate. When we purchase through them, they professionally install brackets and stuff to mount everything all nice and organized, and that way our guys aren't, trying to mount stuff and buying brackets from Ace. It's all professionally done, so I would highly recommend outfitting a piece of equipment before it does come.
With appliances is the proper term for the council
Appliances.
members to understand. All the things on there are called appliances.
That costs?
What's the discount
That's-
savings?
It's close to almost half off.
7,000?
It's a lot of money. So when we purchase extrication equipment, it comes, I don't know an exact number, but it does come significantly.
But what you're
cheaper
asking
than-
for is a $300,000 budget for the
Yes,
the
right.
appliance equipment.
That way I'm not taking old busted equipment off an old engine and putting it on a new one. It'll be all
So
new stuff.
if that be the case, then we're looking at $1,262,841, which includes your $300,000.
Yes, sir.
In addition to your $962 quote amount.
I make a motion that we approve the full amount of 1.262841.41.
I'll second that.
Any question on the motion?
Just to confirm, that's for the purchase option, not
The
the lease
purchase option, definitely not the lease option
Right.
to purchase it.
Thanks for the clarification. Any other questions under the motion?
We need to clarify what piece of equipment we're gonna buy.
One,
No, we're doing it. Yeah, we're doing that under a piggyback bid that was received, as Brian mentioned. So we have the procurement process correct. Okay, let's just do that. Everybody understood?
I think it's important to note, when was the last time that the city of Oroville purchased its own fire truck without grants? 'Cause
2002?
I don't know, no.
this is
I think
monumental.
it's
Longer
before
than that?
The ladder truck was bought in 2006 out of CDBG grant. That was
Okay.
probably it.
Out of a grant,
No, but
It
that
was
was
a
great.
CDB.
but not from a grant.
No, that was,
When was the last time we bought a truck without a grant? It's
hasn't been, hasn't
We
been.
always want a
Huh?
grant,
80s?
some kind of subsidy.
Probably 112, engine 112 would be my guess.
Engine 112, the E1 was bought with a grant in 1986, yes. That was, well, a funding process, but it was purchased with RDA/city general fund, so, yes.
So,
It may have
Yeah,
never
that was
happened.
152,000 in 86, so.
so thanks to the citizens
Johnston, you have
of
a question?
Oroville.
It's on her. I think we're probably all in pretty much agreement to do this. We just have to vote on it. I just want to make sure that we realize that this is a lot of money. And what are we going to do moving forward to make sure that we recoup, keep adding into to make sure that we are being very good stewards. And although we have the money now to spend it, which is amazing, and it's, you know, phenomenal that we're able to do that, I want to make sure that we are, after we do this, that we are very cognizant of what money we spend moving forward so that we are putting more money in than we are spending moving forward. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So I just want that on the record.
All right.
Tighten our purse strings.
Okay.
to a deficit.
And
Thank you.
Councilman Riggs, I will research that issue. I'm thinking back about 40 years now. I'll let you know later on when I get done with my thinking here. All right, I'll
Mr.
call the
Mayor,
vote.
Can I get the second? I missed the second.
I second.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. Thank you.
Okay, call the vote.
Motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. It better have like lights and sirens and balloons and all kinds of.
Janet's gonna add-
Aluminum wheels.
She's gonna add the bling.
And sparkles.
I'll add the bling.
Okay, public hearing coming up. Do we need to do the public, oh, yeah, this is the public hearing for the,
Housing element.
thank you. Mr. West, go ahead.
This item is free.
Whoa.
We're already tightening our purse strings.
Wow.
Mr. Mayor, council, and assembled public, before you is a 296-page document that is a required element of the Oroville General Plan. It's required to be updated 8 years, and we are in the 6th cycle update right now. Council members Weber and Johnstone were not on the council when this body approved the draft document back in July for submittal to HCD, as are some of the people in the gallery today. So I'm going to provide a brief bit of background on the housing element and what it is and why we're doing this. For every jurisdiction, the element is required to do about 4 or 5 things. One is to analyze the economic circumstances and housing needs of that jurisdiction's population. Another is appropriately plan for adequate housing in all economic sectors. Third, enact policies that encourage private sector investment in housing because government typically does not build a lot of housing. Create programs to support housing development and maintenance. This draft does all of those things and has now been approved for certification by HCD, subject to this council adopting it. There are a few changes since last July, all of which were required by HCD in their letter. I believe it's an October 25th letter, 22nd letter from HCD, which is the item that was handed to you just before this meeting. First, I'd like to make 4 quick points. This document has identified appropriate vacant and properly zoned sites that will meet the housing goals given us by HCD and BCAG. So Chapter 5 of this document is the resource inventory with those sites in it. Second, Oroville is quite unusual in that our quote-unquote quantified objectives, often known as RHNA numbers, Regional Housing Allocation Numbers, we're upside down in Oroville compared to the rest of the state. Most communities, most jurisdictions struggle to meet their, I'll call it a quota, but it's not a quota, of affordable housing. We have currently a plethora of affordable housing. So our focus now is shifting to create as many of the 450 market rate houses that are in this document. We have about 720 affordable multifamily units now under construction. And this is an enviable position. Several projects are in line to move us towards that goal of market rate housing. Tetro's luxury apartments, which were approved by the Planning Commission. Another Gold Creek Commons is going to build some condos, assuming that gets approved. Linkside 2, which is the second phase of a housing development, there's 50 units that we hope to get started. Ruddy Creek, and then a proposed Feather Ranch subdivision. So we have several hundred homes that could be built in the next year or 2 or 3. An item in the document is fair housing data. About 120 or 130 pages of this document are newly required by HCD to have information on our housing stock, incomes, housing makeup, other information, poverty information, et cetera. And that data will be useful as we move forward with our new housing and our revitalization efforts in various areas of the city and developing and enhancing our housing assistance programs. The data have identified 3 areas of significant poverty in Oroville. One is the downtown, where the state median income is $87,000, and parts of downtown have median income of under $30,000. North Oroville, which has median incomes under $55,000, and then South Oroville, also under $55,000. This is in the document. And just as a note, it also includes big chunks of Thermalito and Palermo in those poverty numbers. So the controversial item here with this housing element is that some programs in Chapter 3 require zoning code updates to be consistent with state law and with HCD's interpretation of state law. We are not proposing these zoning changes tonight. We are only proposing that we begin working on those zoning changes to meet the requirements. HCD has mandated that we have municipal code changes. We've set by August or so, but that's an ambitious target for low barrier navigation centers, for accessory dwelling units, for transitional and supportive housing, for emergency shelters, and for residential care facilities and agricultural worker housing. So we'll be working on our ordinances over the next several months, and we'll be bringing to you proposed changes. We are aware that these are controversial in this city and statewide, as we heard at the last meeting. There's lots of controversy, there's lawsuits, and our city attorney is on a new statewide task force to iron out some of these issues. But we have put these in as programs in order to get approved by HCD. We do have some time to do that. And for those who have not seen it, HCD has published in December a document called a Group Home Technical Advisory. And that covers many of the questions of concern that we heard here at the last meeting that we've heard discussed. It covers, for instance, why a group home is not the same as a boarding house, and I know that was a question Councilmember Weber had. Why for-profit group homes are legal without licenses. If and when local jurisdictions can require permits for supportive and transitional housing, that's a big question. Ways local jurisdictions run afoul of fair housing and discrimination laws. So there's a lot of points of controversy, which I believe will be resolved successfully over the next several months. So in closing, much of this housing element relates to our housing department's mission. So Amy Bergstrom, our housing director, is here to answer any questions you may have about her programs. Specific questions in the document might be addressed by James Coles, who is our consultant that developed this housing element with us and for us, and he is online, ready to answer any questions. Staff recommends adoption and forwarding as is to HCD for certification.
Any questions from council? Councilman Riggs.
All right, my first question is, I know, Wes, you alluded to and mentioned that some of these changes are controversial and not necessarily desirable by cities. So my question was, what would it look like? What kind of ramifications could we expect if we didn't pass some of those changes?
Well, ultimately, HCD, we have to submit annual reports to talk about the progress we've made in achieving the promises we've made in our housing element. And if we don't make those or don't make those in a timely manner or drag our feet, the housing element could be decertified ultimately. We could lose funding, state funding, and federal funding. And the uncertified document leaves us somewhat exposed for something called a builder's remedy, which in other communities, developers have come into a community and decided that they would like to build affordable housing anywhere, regardless of the zone, regardless of where the city wanted it. So that's also being contested in courts and such as well. And Scott, you may have a bit to say about things like that.
Yeah, the builder's remedy is essentially something that says that your documents are not compliant with state law. Therefore, when a builder submits plans to you, they are automatically approved. And what that means is you lose your planning authority. And now again, that's called the builder's remedy. The state, and I hate to say this, but the state is, I think, wanting that result in, not necessarily in this community, but in several other communities that are resisting low-income development. And again, not necessarily they're looking for that here, but they are looking for that in some locations that have been resisting the development, where they have said, we don't have any areas for low-income housing. Sorry, go put it somewhere else. There's a group that came about called California YIMBY, which is a play on words. You know the famous NIMBY, not in my backyard. This is a group that says, yes, in my backyard. And they have convinced the legislature to put in place this builder's remedy so that when a builder comes in and says, well, your housing element doesn't comply with state law, here are my plans for that property over there. And even though it doesn't comply with the city's zoning or building, or building plans, or building, overlay, it's deemed automatically approved. And if the city fights it, again, there are remedies for the builder to automatically go to court, get a writ of mandate to mandate that the city issue building permits to that builder for the project that was submitted. Now, they do have some arguments related to, well, you have to comply with the building code, you have to comply with certain, codes. But as far as the approval goes, it's approved when it's submitted. And that's a dangerous place to be, in my opinion. Because you can get large multi-story, multi-family development right next to a single-family home. It totally throws out the concept of planned communities and where you want to transition from single-family residential to multifamily to commercial, and have these sort of buffers in between them. It really throws that out the window.
Thank
There's a
you.
bug flying around.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so to reiterate that in not lawyers' terms, not being, or being out of compliance with HCD puts our planning, development, and zoning at risk. Or authority at risk.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, and then the other thing you had mentioned, Wes, was it puts funding at risk.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnstone has informed us that we have to tighten our purse strings. So could you share possibly what type of funding we typically receive that could be tied to this that would possibly be at risk as well?
I would like to defer to Amy Bergstrand on that.
Thank you.
Sure. A lot of the funding that we use for infrastructure, transportation, and housing would be at risk. To make note, currently, we are funding over 23 programs, which amount to over $34 million, using grant funds that require a compliant housing element. Some of those things include public services like the Axiom, like Catalyst, YMCA, the First-Time Homebuyer Program, purchasing fire engines using CDBG funds, doing capital improvements to the convention center, ATP, sidewalks, infill. All of those things require a compliant housing element. So we wouldn't be able to use grant funding for any of that. There are programs that absolutely require a compliant housing element, but there are also funds that don't require, but that you get extra points when you're competing for a grant application too. And so like I use the Home Investment Partnership Program for our first-time homebuyer program, and we currently have $2 million in that. You get extra points for that. So.
So it's sounding to me like our hands are fairly well
They're
tied in this
tied.
situation. And that's even though we're a constitutional republic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, another thing to note, that if there ever does become a court-issued judgment that they, for us to be in compliant and we are not, they can penalize us financially, and it's a pretty steep financial penalty, as well as, I just lost my other point.
That's okay. I think you guys have made a very clear case, and although it's disheartening, I think unfortunately, the writing seems to be on the wall.
And I would just like to reiterate that we would like to take some time to develop specific code changes in a very public setting that everybody can ultimately
Do
accept.
those code changes also go through the planning commission?
Yes, the Title 17 ones do, yes.
Thank you.
This is, I'll put this under the umbrella of, this is the alternative golden rule, which is the person that has the gold makes the rules. And right now, the state is the one holding the funds. And they are not only threatening the funds, they are using their powers over cities in their planning. And really, at the end of the day, what they're saying is, we created cities, we're now going to jam this down your throat. And I, cities are a creature of the state. We are a municipal subdivision of the state. Unfortunately, that means they have the 1,000-pound hammer.
And if I may, they also, about 2 years ago, developed a new department at HCD that is overlooking all of the housing element compliance, which we were like, okay, yeah, we need to do this, but we can kind of set it aside because nobody's really watching it, but they are watching it now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, another way of putting it plainly, it sounds like the state has us over a barrel. That being said, so we're really dependent on US to develop cognitive, well-thought-through pieces. So tonight, we really just need to, these 5 points, approve this or pass this tonight. And then you're going to go to work on this and then bring this back so that we can maybe, if there is little adjustments here or there, then we can certainly weigh in on that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Councilman Goodson?
Now, I was reminded of a few years ago, and there was a constant back and forth controversy in regards to bringing it. affordable housing to the city of Oroville. And so I recall that the state had came in, and I think they said that in order for the city of Oroville to meet that affordable housing for veterans, seniors, and low income, we would have to build approximately 1,684 units. Otherwise, we would lose the funding. And ergo, we have met that criteria. So funding is huge.
Okay, any other staff questions? I'd open it up to the public. Do we have any public comments?
Mr. Mayor, our first speaker is Julie Miller.
Oh, Julie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to preface this by just saying that I'm grateful to hear from Wes that the public will have some ability to continue to weigh in on this. We just found that out tonight, so we were a little bit concerned about some of the changes. So a few of our neighbors, we voiced opposition to specific changes that were recently added to the Oroville Draft Housing Element Version 2 during the public comment period and presented directly to the Planning Commission without sufficient notice to the public. We voiced our opposition to these changes at the April 4th council meeting, and in addition, we sent a public letter to the city on April 12th detailing the specific reasons for our objections. The letter has been signed by many concerned citizens and neighbors, and we are presenting a copy of the letter today to be included in the meeting minutes. Under current local zoning rules, when a business operates transitional housing, supportive housing, or residential care homes in low-density R1 residential, they are protected by law for up to 6 occupants and treated with the same housing rights as a family. Occupancy for these commercial uses exceeding 6 is currently not allowed in R1. The proposed changes to upper occupancy limits would expand the protections for these businesses, enabling them to convert virtually any residential housing unit in any residential zone to high occupancy commercial use without a permit. The proposed change to the definition of family would not only apply to transitional supportive housing, but their property as a would actually allow any landlord to use their property as a boarding house, fill it with bunk beds, and charge by the bed, if they wish, in any residential neighborhood without a permit. Under these proposed changes, every residential housing unit that is converted to high occupancy commercial use would be removed from the already tight housing market, displacing private citizens who hope to rent or buy housing. I have only listed a few of the consequences of the proposed changes, which would have significant impacts to all residents of this city. I can't imagine, well, now I know who's doing this. Who would do this? Well, we know, but we may not fully consider the greater implications of dismantling standard legal contracts and definitions that affect all of Oroville's citizens. So we are recommending that the City Council strike the disputed changes from the Draft Housing Element Version 2 and allow the rest of the Draft Housing Element to be finalized and implemented on schedule. And as I said, we know now we're going to be able to talk about this a little bit more and really get this ironed out. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, Jackie?
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Natalie Sheard.
To continue our conversation from the last council meeting, I would like to state that we all agree that families are free to live in all residential zones by right and have no special regulation which would control the number of family members. And that is absolutely as it should be. The definition of a family is very important to the city. We need to get it right. It basically defines which groups of people living in residential zones are subject to oversight and which groups are not. I do not see in the HCD document a demand to change our definition of family. The city's current definition of a family has two characteristics: that a family maintain a single lease for all members of the household, and that the family maintains other characteristics indicative of a single household. In other words, that a family live like other families in the area. This is in keeping with the definition the Mental Health Advocacy Services recommends that cities adopt. A group of people cannot have the unfettered rights of a family unless they are a family. As you all know, we all live in families. A family is a group of adults, with or without children, who choose to live together and are responsible for obtaining and managing their homes. Individual family members are not on separate leases. Adult family members have full tenant rights. An outside agency does not determine how long a family member can stay in their home. Families are not run by house managers. Families are not subject to city inspections. Families have no commercial oversight. They are free to live in their homes as they see fit. This is in contrast to college or student housing, Airbnbs, bed and breakfasts, boarding housing, recovery residences, treatment centers, and care facilities. These types of living situations do not have the same characteristics of a family. Although they are integral and important to our city, they are clearly commercial enterprises. Our current city code, in compliance with California code, allows commercial homes with 6 or fewer clients to be treated as a family. They do not become a family. So to answer your question, Tracy, from the last council meeting, our solution is that we don't change our municipal code. It's a good code. It gives the city the authority it needs to protect the integrity of all of our zones. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our last speaker is Bill Spear.
I've assume you've all got the letter and read the letter, and notice the date on it is October 25th, 2022, which is a while back. So this controversies don't seem like it's that controversial. If this was would have been brought out, it would have saved a lot of drama and a lot of attacks and all the stuff that's been going on in Oroville just by bringing this letter out. And it says right here, however, a community care facility and a single-family residence is no different a use and should be treated just like the use, a single-family residence. Different treatment is potentially discriminatory and negatively impacts the city obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. I'll just stop there. You can read it. And so it's really foolish to continue to go down this road. You should get in compliance with what the state is asking. On the first page, if this would have been distributed to stop this right from the start, it would have saved a lot of attacks on people's personal businesses and the people that are most vulnerable who have been under attack in our city trying to get their lives together. It's the first page of the letter says, public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element is essential to effective housing planning. Throughout the housing element process, the city should continue to engage the community, including organizations that represent low income and special needs households. That's the exit, that's Jordan Crossing, that's the Rescue Mission, that's the Hope Center, that's all these people that are on the front lines should be included throughout the housing. The city should also continue to engage the community. We should have known about this letter. We should have known it would have saved all this drama. It says, should continue to engage the community, including organizations that represent lower income and special needs households, by making information regularly available and considering the incorporating comments where appropriate. I would suggest as we go forward that we get a coalition of the people who are representing the Daxit House, the Jordan Crossing, the Rescue Mission, all these people that are representing the homeless and the lower income, be able to brought into this also, not just the group of complainers who are trying to get us to go against the state law and risk all our funding. And, you know, I don't think it's fair, and I think this could have been stopped a long time ago if we would just followed the law.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, also for the note, we did receive 2 written communication emails, which you all have received by email.
Okay. And those will be included in the minutes?
They'll be uploaded as additional correspondence
Okay.
after the meeting.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could address one item right now, one of those letters stated a request that the council should be allowing comment from members of the public from remote locations. And so I do want to address that for a moment. I am going to be very blunt in my comments. The legislature had about 5 different bills to choose from related to modifying the Brown Act and how to allow remote participation. In my opinion, and I will always tell you my opinion, my personal opinion from my legal opinion, in my personal opinion, the legislature chose the worst of the bills that made it more restrictive for members of the public to participate remotely. They essentially made it so members of the public cannot participate remotely under the Brown Act unless one of you, a member of the council, is participating remotely, and only then can remote participation be available. The League of California Cities is trying to work with some legislators who are amenable to modifying that, but what they have done, even though their intent was, well, let's make it so that remote participation is a possibility, they essentially foreclosed that by saying that remote participation was only available under certain circumstances and only when council members are participating remotely. It doesn't make any sense. And I wish it was different. I wish they would have chosen one of the other ones. I had a particular one that I thought would have been really functional and easy to work with and made it really accessible for members of the public. The legislature chose to not do that. For whatever reason, I don't know. They didn't ask my opinion. But having said that, we are complying with the law. We are trying to get as much public participation as we can. If we could open it up to members of the public to participate remotely, I would, if there was a mechanism under the law to do that, I would recommend it to you. There isn't one, unfortunately. And so that's why I say, unless a member of this council is participating remotely, there isn't a legal mechanism to allow remote participation. So I wanted to address that because it is a frustration of mine. I mean, we saw how during the pandemic we were able to adapt and make it so people could participate. They didn't have to come and sit, during a 4-hour meeting to then, talk at the last item on the agenda. They could, do that from the comfort of their home. Unfortunately, it is what it is. And so, like I said, I wish they would have chosen a different vehicle, but the one they chose was the worst of the bunch, and they went with it for whatever reason.
I have a question. I wonder one day if we could make a city charter amendment to allow remote meeting Zoom process.
That's a very interesting question. As a charter city, I'll take a look at that. That's
would
a
be
very,
very
it would
interesting.
require a charter amendment.
Sure.
But that's a very interesting question. I'll take a look.
Thank you. Because to my perception, there's a lot of reasons a lot of public can't be here in a room. And technology has caught up with providing people access. I would have no problem supporting a charter member to give people access to council for a variety of reasons. So that'd be a nice thing to be able to do. We'll start a new issue, as Oroville has done before. Okay, council questions? We've had the public comment. Oh, Councilman Goodson, thank you.
Oh, is this in regards to?
The agenda item, yeah. We're still on agenda item number 11. You're done. Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Huber, bottom line, do we have the authority to override the state or federal government's definition of what a family is?
No. And I'll go back to the meeting 2 weeks ago. What has thrown a lot of the recent, a lot of communities were dealing with these issues in measured ways and ways that and again, I'll give you my personal opinion, in ways that I thought were well thought out and well reasoned. And the case from the city of Costa Mesa really just disrupted all of that. And so right now we're in a period of really turmoil. And I was calling it a period of flux for a minute, that we were, sort of, but it really is turmoil more than anything else. And let me read I'll read from this letter of October 25. On the appendix, page 1, which is ironically the third page of the document itself. Just under paragraph A1, it says outreach and enforcement. While the element summarizes fair housing complaints and outreach capacity, it should also address how the city complies with state and federal fair housing laws, including regulations, lawsuits, and related enforcement actions. And those last two are really the focus here, lawsuits and enforcement actions. HCD State Housing and Community Development has issued some enforcement actions where they have gone against other cities, most particularly that had some of these rules in place, like 6 or fewer were okay, but 7 or more required a conditional use permit. They've issued several enforcement actions against cities that had those regulations. The city of Costa Mesa case was that litigation where the judge that wrote the opinion, Judge Rawlinson, and it's not fair to just pin it on Judge Rawlinson. She was writing for the majority of the court, but the majority of the court determined that those restrictions were discriminatory. Now, what do we do with that? Well, until the city of Costa Mesa appeals and until the Supreme Court takes review of that case, that litigation stands as good law interpreting the Federal Fair Employment and Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act and the State Fair Employment and Housing Act. I'm sorry, the Federal Fair Housing Act. Right now, that is the standing definition. That case stands for the proposition of what is discrimination under those laws. Now, if the city appeals and if the Supreme Court takes review, then that case will be put on ice. It will then no longer be good law until the Supreme Court makes a decision one way or the other. Do they uphold it or do they overturn it? And so the problem is right now in this cycle, is it an 8-year cycle?
10.
Wes, where's Wes?
10.
It's an 8-year cycle. There you are. It's an 8-year cycle. We're in the cycle right now. The problem is this case came out 2 months ago. So we have to now amend our housing element to match the litigation, which is why some other cities that did this 2 years ago, they won't have to change their housing element just yet, although they will still have to comply with the litigation. But they don't have to go back and redo their housing element just yet, but they still will have to comply, right? We are unfortunately in the process of doing the housing element right now. So we've got to have the documentation match what the litigation says at this moment. If the court overturns it, if the city appeals, and if the court takes it, and then if the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, overturns it, then we can comply with whatever the U.S. Supreme Court determines. Okay? And we can do it immediately. We don't have to go back and redo this immediately. We can just comply with whatever the Supreme Court says goes. So right now, we are in the middle of a tempest in a teapot, if you will. But unfortunately, we're in the middle of it, and we have to deal with it. And it's not going away tomorrow. But we do have to make some determinations now. Do you want to comply with what the state is demanding or not? And that's it. And if you want to risk thumbing your nose at them, I think it comes with a great amount of peril on the other side. I will mention to you, one of the bills that is currently pending is AB 1485. AB 1485 was proposed by Assemblymember Matt Haney, and it is in conjunction with the Attorney General Bonta. This would give the Attorney General substantial enforcement power at the whim of HCD. And as I understand it, AB 1485 has some traction to it. It hasn't passed yet, but again, I think my legal opinion is you ought to comply with the law, because otherwise you will have your funding either, I'll use the word at risk. If it's not removed, it certainly would be at risk. You would have your planning decisions at risk. You would be at the whim of builders to build whatever they want, wherever they want, and the state would essentially override your planning decisions. It's not a place I recommend you go. I just can't do that. I'm sorry, I know that was a long answer to a short question, but
No, I appreciate the answer. Thank you
I just
very
had to
much.
vent a little bit.
And I do have a follow-up question, though, because per your and if I'm incorrect in this, please correct me, but per your presentation last time, these folks that we're talking about in these particular houses, like SLEs or sober living environments, these folks are qualified by the feds and the state as having a disease?
I don't want to use that word. What I will say is they are covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Right.
Yes.
So, and with that, they have certain protections then?
Yes.
And so that amplifies if I'm recalling what your presentation.
It gives them a substantial amount of protections and rights, yes.
So with that being said, then can we redefine the definition of what the federal government qualifies as people with diseases or under disabilities?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm going to ask this question because it's, when we look at houses that, where our sewer rates of treatment are based upon 2.68 population per residence. If we change that amount by way of someone with a home that is receiving money commercial-wise, and they have, I don't know, 7 or 10, does that in fact become an issue to change the rate for that house? And does that allow what's the word, a permit be required?
So,
he's gonna come up and talk. I just throw that question out there because I serve on the scoreboard, so I.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, most of these are determined by what's called an EDU. And EDU stands for Equivalent Dwelling Unit.
That's right.
Right? There is a great amount there's a great amount of art that goes into trying to figure out what is an equivalent dwelling unit, right? I will tell you right now, the SCORE is going through the process of determining what value of EDU should apply to each property. We actually need to do the same, the city needs to do the same thing to determine what applies to a single-family residence, what applies to, typically they have done it in many instances by fixture count. And what I find just ironic in the fixture count is the fixture count has nothing to do with how much goes down that fixture. And what I mean by that is, for example, when the last summer, when I spent a week at my in-laws' house with 3 of my wife's siblings and their extended families in the 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, those 2 bathrooms were being used almost on a constant basis. We had like 35 people in the roof, and yeah, a lot of them were little kids, you know. And I mean, but it was our family of 6, my wife's siblings. Each one of them has, I think there were 6 and 5, and one had, I think 4 were there. And then we had visitors come over, and you know, because several of her siblings live, you know, in the area. No one was calculating that as one EDU because, you know, gosh, the bathrooms were being used all the time. So I use that just anecdotally. I think that there are averages that they utilize based on fixture count because there's just a standard of, well, okay, a certain home is going to have a certain number of fixtures and we have to assign an EDU to that. You know, a rate to that. Does it get 1 EDU? Does a home get 2 EDUs? You may have more information about that than I do, but I know, for example, SCORE on a single-family residential property, and we do the same. You can have a 50,000 square foot single-family residential home with, and I'm being ridiculous here, with 1 million bathrooms. 1 EDU.
Right.
Currently. Now, they may need to adjust that, and we may need to adjust that, but that's currently our standard. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Nothing to add.
Thank you.
Well, I just had, because originally when I was on SCORE, we based it on gallonage.
Yes.
741, and then we did a study and found out that's not real. It went back to 237 or something like that. So I just throw that
Yeah.
out there because that is a cost factor that we all bear. So-
They were trying to adjust the gallonage to the EDU and
Right.
to try and figure out, okay, here's how many EDUs we have, how many gallons do we have, and what does that
Right.
equal for an EDU? You know, I can tell you, it's gonna vary home by home, and
Sure.
and really the intent under Prop 218 for EDUs is to reasonably approximate the cost of providing the service for each unit, for each home, for each parcel. And what is the reasonable cost? And that's the best way they know how to estimate it. They're just estimates,
Sure, got it.
so.
For clarity, Wes, your item tonight, are you asking for all these, or are you asking for another hearing to be held? Or,
I'm asking the council to approve all the items on the agenda.
and then,
And then over time, over the next several months, as the turmoil moves forward, we will develop our proposed zoning code changes.
okay. And that would include the public's input?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Sounds good.
all right.
Now-
And personally, I would like to have a review of the public's input and a spell out to us, the council members, to understand what they're requesting, both in terms of written and email and all the other process, because this is a difficult topic, and we're looking at how many page document?
296.
296, so we are supposed to absorb that and then make sure that the public has a weigh in on it, so I would appreciate staff helping us out with that.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Mayor, I do want to reiterate, that commentary is very important because I do want to know what information this council wants me to take back to this focus group, to this task force, so that we can start talking about what can we do under the current regulations, under the current scenario, and what options we may have. You know, like I said, we're looking at options. Right now, they don't look like, there don't appear to be a lot of avenues we can go down, but we're trying to be creative and figure out what avenues can we go down. And again, this may be, a scenario where we just have to wait to see what do the courts do. And then try and, I don't know, I don't know what that's going to look like, but I do want to know, what does the public think? What does this council think? And so I can share that with my task force colleagues.
Okay. Any other questions on the topic? Oh, excuse me. Weber. Yes, Councilman Weber.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Wes, what is our deadline to adopt? Is there a deadline?
We have put in the document that we would adopt by August of this year. However, that timeline is now, that was what we put in the document in February. The HCD did require a sort of a date certain for these programmatic changes. However, that's obviously going to be an unrealistic deadline, so we'll be working with Housing Tools, our consultant, will be working with HCD and the Planning Commission and others, and will certainly take longer than that to develop this.
Are we in any danger of losing any funding right now?
No, and especially if the council approves this element as is, they will certify it. They've already said in their letter that they would do so.
May I ask a question? With certification, and we come back with amendments, they'll accept that after certification?
The way that I interpret it is that we have put a program in that says that we will make certain zoning code changes. We are then free to make those zoning changes as we see fit without having to revise the element.
I like that even better. Thank you, sir. What's the pleasure of the council?
Absolutely.
Go home.
Absolutely.
So do we need a motion on these five elements then?
We need a motion,
Yeah, so I move that we adopt the five elements here as presented by staff.
Second.
I'm just going to move the vote. I think we've had enough discussion. All right. Thank you all. Oh, we got Mr. Weber.
Motion carries with 7 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay. Thank you all. All right, next item is public communication. This is a hearing of non-agenda items. Anyone wish to hear a non-agenda item? We asked for it at the beginning and we asked for it at the end.
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any blue speaker cards.
All right. We're moving to council announcements and reports. I'll start off real quick. We attended the Havens Court ribbon cutting at the Southside Community Center
Yes.
on Saturday.
It was Saturday.
Saturday, well attended, great family resource center, and you may have other comments, but I certainly enjoyed it. Saw a lot of kids having a great time there. It was a good thing. And then we attended the food bank groundbreaking Friday? Yes, Friday, down on South Fifth Avenue, and that was a new 7,000 square foot facility that will be a warehouse for food banks for that process. And then I attended on my own this morning at the Sacramento Capitol grounds the fentanyl call to action issue, and the fentanyl thing is just outrageous. The Public Safety Committee needs to at least listen to what's happening with that particular thing. And we heard many, many topics and toss. I'll just throw out the one lady lost her son to fentanyl, and she testified before the committee 3 or 4 times, and the committee refused to. The law was to imprison a seller of fentanyl. It wasn't to go after the user. It was only to imprison a seller, and they refused to hear it. And she asked, "Why did you refuse to hear it?" And the chairman of the subcommittee for the Senate, for the California legislature, said, "Well, if we approved that, we would fill our prisons up and have too many prisoners."
And her comment was,
So she's filling up the cemetery.
yeah.
It was appalling. I've never heard of elected officials say something like that. It was just off, it was just way off the chart. So,
I hear a recall coming on.
well, it's a tough one. I appreciate, it was a bipartisan effort today to call to action to have the fentanyl issue be addressed with some kind of regulation, but there is none at this point. So that's all I had. Anybody else? Who's up next? Councilman Goodson?
Havens Court, that was excellent turnout. It's a service that's much needed in in the city at large, but especially with the new hospital, anticipated staff coming aboard that work irregular hours, specifically the night shifts, and so they will have access to 24-hour childcare. And then before, I did want to share that Pastor Spear had made a comment in regards to the city potentially endorsing Dr. Lamar Collins. We know that the superintendent position is the Oroville Unified High School District is tasked to filling that position. I reached out to Mr. Ring, and if you don't mind addressing that so that everyone has the same information at the same time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have seen individual elected officials take a position of support for others, and I hadn't seen a full body, and I was gonna confer with our attorney to see if there was anything that was, I don't think there's anything that would prohibit it, but I'm not sure if it's the.
It is, I would agree, there's nothing that would prohibit it. Having said that, I think it does sort of step on the toes of a fellow jurisdiction to have you weigh in formally as a council. And so what I would suggest is if you individually would like to, reach out and say, hey, I support this person, great. I think to do it formally as a body, not a great idea. In fact, I would say, what would you feel like if the roles were reversed and you had them send you a formal letter saying, we support this person for X position? It's like, well, that's great. Well, what, I don't know how well that would be received.
I would offer 7 individual recommendations, a lot stronger than one from one body. So your individuals, I certainly would recommend it. I've already done so, so.
And I appreciate the comment and from Pastor
Okay.
Spear. So thank you.
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. Just want to re-announce, I know that Pastor Spears mentioned about the event this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday downtown at the Civic Auditorium. Convention Center. Thank you. There are 22, actually over 22 local ministries participating in it. It is an event that will have youth, but it is not a youth event. It is for everybody. There will be a team coming down from Reading. It's going to be just a really amazing time. So that's, again, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 7. We are expecting a packed house, so I'd plan on coming early. Also, Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Will also be another meeting. So it's Friday at 7, Saturday at 10 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., and then Sunday evening at 7 p.m. And it's going to be historic. So I invite you to come on out and check it out.
Thank you. Councilman Weber.
Thank you. So future agenda items, I would like to raise it that we would look at purchasing some more barricades for streets during our parades. And I know that Pastor Spear has raised that before, and I know that we're deficient in that area. So maybe we could get that on the agenda to look at what it might look like to purchase some more for those events. Also, I just wanted to kind of lend a second to Councilmember Johnstone's fiscal responsibility and good steward program, to I think you guys are already working on that, but if, to just kind of lend some horsepower behind that, I think that what you were talking about with Ruth about setting aside money, so in 10 years when we got to buy something, it'd be great if we could just have that done. So I'd love to see that be implemented completely. If, I don't even know if we need to talk about that from here or not, but I think it's a great idea. I will come out publicly, and I think everybody on this well, I can't speak for everybody on this dais. However, I know Councilmember Goodson and I definitely agree, and I'm sure that many of you do. Dr. Lamar Collins is a fantastic individual, and he's a top-notch person, and I believe he brings unbelievable value to our community. And so I would love to write him a letter of endorsement, but I'll do that individually. But I mean, I'll publicly say right now, I fully hope that he gets that job because I think that he'd be fantastic at it. And last thing I'll talk about is the Oroville Rescue Mission. So I was invited to the Haven of Hope thing, and I didn't attend because my bride works for the Oroville Rescue Mission, and she tasked me to work at their event all day that day, which so I wasn't able to come to the Haven of Hope thing. So they had a egg hunt and resource fair over at the Rotary Park this last Saturday, and it too was a magnificent success. My hats off to Linan and Maria for coordinating and putting it together. There was hundreds of children that came out there. It was a really good event. It was widely received. The resource tents were busy all day long. So kudos to you guys for really putting it out there. And you know, Pastor Allen, the director of Oroville Rescue Mission, you guys did a fantastic job. And I heard that the Haven of Hope thing was excellent too. So 2 great events, 2 opposite sides of the town. Unity and community in action.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
But, you know, it's just a strong presence of what we can do, right? You know, and so it was, I was glad to hear the Haven of Hope thing went well, and I'm glad to report that the Oroville Rescue Mission went well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Vice Mayor Smith, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I attended both of those functions that were mentioned, and so just great job, Alan, Mr. Dykes, Pastor Dykes, and I think it was great. And of course, Haven's Court is just, you know, kudos to them kicking off just a great opportunity. And then I just wanted to also say that the Chamber Board gave me direction to write that letter. So from the business community,
Right,
there's definitely resonating with support. I just think it's important to mention that. So it seems like it's coming from all sectors.
Do we know when the deadline is?
No,
Did that go before the board
I
yet?
don't believe so. I don't know if anybody knows that. And then I just wanted to just point out that with the event coming up, One Hope for America, so again, over 22 churches, I'm participating in that. I think, are you Pastor Goodson?
Yes.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and then I think Pastor Spear, and then
Pastor David.
Pastor Dykes, and there's just a lot of people involved in this event. So I just want to just point that out, that there's a lot of support in this room for this event as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing everyone out there for the next 3 days.
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. I forgot one thing is, we've mentioned several times as a council revisiting, editing, or adopting a charter, a different charter, a bunch of amendments. So if we could bring that back to the front, and if we can maybe have I'm not sure if that's on the executive committee, but start making that forward. I think that's something that's going to be at a public vote. So if that could be ready so that we can have it for the 2024 election, which is coming up in a year and a half, so we'd have to start moving on that. So I would ask that this council move forward. I know there's a bunch of things that we want to do, and even mentioned tonight, there's a few things that we want to.
Want to get rid of the baseball committee?
Yeah.
There's a baseball committee.
So, so if we could add that to our agenda, I would love to see that on the next,
All right.
next election.
Okay. That being said, staff reports? Any?
I have one.
Given the late hour, I'm going to adjourn this meeting to.
One thing.
Oh, she has one. Okay, go, Amy.
Sorry, Chief Tens had asked me to update council on the status of the Type 6 fire engine. I had a conversation with the state CDBG last week, and they are not accepting any extensions on the expenditures of the funds. So we were going to ask for an extension so that we can ensure delivery of the Ford. That is probably not going to be possible. So they found a Dodge that is available. It's a crew cab instead of an extended cab that they want to pursue. And they were just wanting to get kind of a head nod if you want us to pursue that. It's an additional $16,000 that I have budgeted for the engine. So.
I'd say yes.
Okay.
We're in a mode where we can't dicker with these people anymore. We just got to get her done.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
And I just wanted to add the State of the City next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to say, most expensive council meeting I've ever been to.
No. We're gonna wake up. It was a dream.
Put all that money in CDs.
It was a
All right. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. All right, the meeting will be adjourned to the next regular meeting of Oroville City Council will be held May 2nd, 2023 at 4 p.m. And do not forget the Tuesday, the 25th at 6 p.m.